Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Nurse Love Addiction now. The second game. Let's see, whoops. Blah 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 blah. Just as her nickname, Jellyfish Club Manager, implies, Asuka Sachi is a high school student who has floated aimlessly through life. However, with her graduation approaching and her classmates beginning to plan for their future, reality begins to catch up with her. Who does she want to become? What are her dreams for the future? It's then she discovers an old book, a storybook of hers, from inside her closet. It had been her favorite book when she was small, and there, written inside in clumsy yet clear handwriting, are her own words. "I'm gonna be a nurse!" Resolving herself, Asuka borrows the help of a reliable ally, her 1 year younger sister, who happens to be in the same school year as her, the self-appointed super younger sister, now Sachi. The two sisters triply manage to take the first step towards becoming nurses by enrolling at Taito University Academy, located in Seiseki Yukikaoka. Struggling. Classroom lectures, nurse training, and hospital training at a hospital with patients who live facing the prospect of death, along their classmates Itsuki Tendo and Sakura Takeda, and their designated teacher Kaide Ohara. They will grow both as nurses and as humans, through countless experiences that girls their age would usually never experience. Words of gratitude and words of abuse. Lives that can be saved and lives that cannot. There's life and death there, and the truth of what it means to be human. In the 3 years spent together, what story will Asuka and the others weave? What will they do? Okay, Asuka. Main protagonist, gentle and innocent. Capriciously unreliable elder sister. She's not unintelligent, but isn't the quickest at learning new things. Her high school nicknames were Jellyfish Club Manager and the less clever Osachi sister. Overall, she's a bit of a dunce, has a talent of being loved by those around her. She also has the ability to make effective decisions and act on them when it's most required. She has no memories from before she was 8, but she doesn't really care about that. Now, her elder sister's biggest fan, follows younger sister whose life revolves around supporting her elder sister. Super younger sister, miracle drug. Okay. Itsuki, classmate at the nurse academy, daughter of a famous Japanese traditional dancer, sophisticated, hip, charismatic fashionista. Oh no, she has an open personality and likes to tease. Her specialties are dirty talk and sexual harassment. Her favorite phrase is, "It's not what it seems." Currently, Sakia's lover. Sakia. Asuka's classmate at Taito Nursing Academy. The daughter of a wealthy multimillionaire family. Responsible, proud, and stubborn. For some reason, she's cold towards Asuka when they meet for what appears to be the first time. Currently, Asuka's lover. Kaide, teacher at the academy, former nurse. She's a quote-unquote white uniformed angel. Sorry, I'm having trouble talking. Okay, so that's everyone. Here we go. See? We're so close and so far apart at the same time. Just as the stars in the night sky seem almost to overlap where they are really billions of light years apart. And yet, that's why I reach out my hand to distant stars. I reach out my hand. Looking back, I've had an easy life. Never thinking too much about anything. Without any dreams, significant goals, or long-term plans for my future, all that mattered to me was that I enjoyed myself day to day and was able to keep a smile on my face. After school, I would eat snacks with my friends and talk for hours. On my days off, I would lounge around my house doing nothing. Me. I never thought to question my actions. I was allowed this lifestyle, so why should I feel bad about taking full advantage of it? I was like a jellyfish floating aimlessly in the sea. Actually, I take that back. Even jellyfish who don't appear to have much on their mind may, in fact, have serious worries in life and long-term goals for their future. But my friends always used to tell me, "Asuka, you're like a jellyfish," which didn't mean much coming from them since they were all pretty much the same. We joked about it and even called ourselves the Jellyfish Club. The manager of this exclusive club, yours truly, club activities, none in particular, just sitting around our classroom after school, eating snacks while teachers would make sarcastic comments as they passed by. In this way, time drifted by slowly. In the end, though, life is never that easy. Spring of my third year in high school found me facing my second career aptitude survey. During the first survey, which had been during winter of my second year, my friends and I hadn't given a thought towards our future careers and had written things like, "No idea." But for that second survey held in spring, I planned to once again write that I had no idea when looking around, I saw all my friends filling in their papers with serious expressions on their faces. I was like, huh? I asked them and they all said things like, "I mean, we are third years after all." They said things like, "Come on, Atsuka, don't pretend like you haven't given it thought as well." I was left in a state of shock. The Jellyfish Club came to an abrupt end and I was the last of the aimlessly floating jellyfish. Sorry, part of my screen's cut off. That night, I spread out the survey papers in my room and sat down on my chair, moaning to myself. Was this the first time in my life I had truly felt worried? I thought about it for around 30 minutes. To put it more accurately, stunned by my own shallowness, I began to organize my closet. My reasoning for doing this did not seem to matter at the time. I began to pull things out of my closet with a vigor that seemed to belong to someone planning to run away from home. Apparently, I was so loud that my younger sister now rushed to my room in surprise. With no clear purpose, I began going through my things, one after the other. Then from inside an old firm cardboard box originally made for tangerines from Ehime Prefecture that was buried deep inside my closet, I found it.
朝ごはんはこれでよしっと。お姉ちゃん起こさなくちゃ。目覚まし鳴ってるのにな。よく寝てる？お姉ちゃん、朝だよ。起きて。今日から学校だよ。起きないと遅刻しちゃうよ。もう困ったな。仕方ない。お姉ちゃん、起きないとチューしちゃうよ。姉妹でチューはダメでしょ。
I choose this moment to abruptly awaken.
あれ？
Vacantly, I gaze around at my surroundings. For a moment, I have no idea where I am before I regain my senses. I'm inside Hakaran Dormitory, one of the student dorms at the Taito Nursing Academy. God, that name's hard to say. Having graduated from high school in spring, this is the new home for us nursing students. All the rooms here are for two, and I, Asuka Osachi, am sharing mine with my younger sister now. There's a cafeteria on the first floor of the dorm, but each room is also equipped with its own miniature kitchen, along with a bath and a toilet. Impressive.
おはよう、お姉ちゃん。
Ohio. Now sitting down beside my bed is looking at me. There's a bunk bed with me on the bottom bunk.
おはよう、なおちゃん。なんか今、すごい大胆なこと言われた気がする。
The kissing part, you mean?
お姉ちゃん、朝ごはんできてるから食べちゃって。 今朝はトーストとオムレツ。食べてる間にナオがカバンとか学校行く準備しておくから。洗面所に歯磨きと顔を洗う用意もしてあるし、髪もちゃんと溶かしてね。着ていく服はそこに出してあるから。
Good lord, now. I furrow my brow. Sure, this is the same scenario I witnessed every morning during my junior high and high school years. But
ああ、我が妹ナオちゃんや。何お姉ちゃん。準備してくれるのはありがたいけど、ちょっとそこにお座りよ。でも。まあまあ、さあ遠慮せず。はい、何かな。
with an expression of puzzlement on her face, now obediently sits down on the carpet. She looks up blankly at me as I sit on the bed.
おお、かわいい。
Putting that aside, this girl is Nao Sachi. She's my younger sister by 1 year. She's kind, she loves looking after others, and she cares a lot about me. To explain to you just how much she cares, and her anxiety over my well-being, she joined the same nursing academy as me. Her excuse was that she just wanted to be together with her older sister. She calls herself my miracle drug. She picked up the nickname after I called her that once a long time ago. When we were in the same class in our high school years, the teacher called her the responsible Osachi sister, and they called me the irresponsible one. The reason why we're in the same school year isn't because I was held back a year, although people tend to jump to that conclusion. It's because my birthday is April 2nd, and Nao's is April 1st the next year. Thus, we happen to be at exactly opposite ends of the same academic year. Apparently, they call siblings like us miracle yearlings.
なおちゃん、昨日私は眠る前に考えました。
Yes, I had considered something. In my own way, I had considered it deeply, seriously, and positively.
何を？私たちもこの春に高校を卒業して、もう大人の入り口です。散々なおちゃんのお世話になってきた我が身ですが、この進学、この寮生活をきっかけに、自分のことはなるべく自分でするようになろう。なおちゃんにも自分のことを大事にしてもらおうと。
That being said, I should have thought of this long before we started out at the nursing academy.
いざ脱妹宣言、そして姉自立計画。
After boldly announcing this, I puff out my chest in an attempt to express my dignified pride. A thoughtful look crosses Nao's face.
でもね、お姉ちゃん。何かな、なおちゃん。自分のことは自分でする。自立って例えば目覚まし時計が鳴ったら自分で起きるってことだよね。ですよね。
My announcement of independence fails before it even begins, and all traces of my earlier dignity are scattered to the wind.
明日から頑張るから。わ、ダメ台詞。まあまあ、気を取り直してご飯食べちゃってよ。食べる。
In response to the encouragement from Nao to eat up quickly, I nod my head slowly. I eat the delicious breakfast, then yawn as I brush my teeth and wash my face, then yawn as I brush my hair. Then I have Nao fix the stray hairs I cannot manage on my own. Finally, I yawn as I change out of my pajamas. Yawning everywhere. The trainee nurse uniform. We'll be wearing this from today until the day we become fully fledged nurses. From today, I, Asuka Osachi, am a nursing student. In some ways, you could call this my battle uniform. Having originally thought we'd be able to wear traditional white uniforms even while we were students, I was a little disappointed when I saw the training uniform on the academy's brochure. That being said, as I passed my arms through its sleeves, I feel my body ready itself for what's to come.
3年間よろしく相棒ってところかな。
I smile with satisfaction.
お姉ちゃん？あ、ほらナオちゃん実習着なんで着てるの？実習着は学校に持って行ってロッカーに入れておいて実習の時だけ着るんだよ。ナオの格好見て、それは持っていくように出してたやつで着ていく服はちゃんとそっちに出してあるのに。
Oops. Even as I think this, now seems to be contemplating something.
お姉ちゃんがどうしても実習着で行きたいならナオも付き合うよ。お姉ちゃんだけに端っこ起こせられないし。あ、脱がなくていいってばナオちゃん。
Now, such a wonderful sister. I love her so much. Stepping out of our dorm, there's a steady flow of students heading to the academy. Since no one's in their uniforms, everyone's dressed differently, but it's easy to spot the first-year students by how little they seem to blend in with the dorm and their surroundings. I suppose that Nao and I probably appear that way to those around us as well. The spring sun shines down on us. Nao and I walk next to each other down Saseki Yurigaoka, an area known for its many hills. Still somewhat sleepy, I continue to yawn.
だね、お姉ちゃん。またあの絵本と一緒に寝てたんだねって。本、ベッドから落ちかけてたよ。お守りみたいなものだから。
Hoshi, the picture book. The book that Nao mentioned is what emerged from the cardboard box in my cupboard during my second career aptitude survey in the spring of my third year of high school. On the cover, in child's handwriting, it reads, "This belongs to Asuka." Without giving it much thought, I'd opened the cover of the picture book and had found the words written on the last page. It wasn't much more than a scribble. Written in my messy childhood handwriting, it said, "I'm gonna be a nurse." I think everyone goes through that, don't they? Where we grow up and find maybe our elementary school notebook or our kindergarten drawing book, and there we rediscover our innocent dreams of what we're gonna be when we grow up that we'd long forgotten about. And we say to ourselves, what was I thinking back then? Things like becoming the president or a Ghostbuster. Actually, those are the better ones. Sometimes you see kids who say they want to be a cabbage. Yeah, you thought you were going to become a vegetable. In that way, I'm sure most of us have experienced being surprised by our own dreams of what we're going to be when we grow up. And what I had written was nurse. And that's the reason why I'm here right now.
星を追う人。
Okay, that's what that book says. I whispered the title of the picture book as I trot off. It was something of a mysterious picture book. The story was set in the world of the stars. The picture on each page and the simple words written in large font meant there was no mistaking it for anything other than a child's picture book. However, the poetically written words were abstract and surprisingly deep. Finding the interpretations difficult even in my third year of high school, I considered how incomprehensible it must have been for me as a child. What must you do to catch a star? The picture book had begun by posing this question to the reader. How to catch a star? In my case, had I planned to do that by writing, "I'm gonna be a nurse." If that were the case...
私、なんで看護師になりたかったのかな。あ、またその話。だってね。
I must be the only one amongst all the nursing students who doesn't know why she's trying to become a nurse. In some ways, it almost feels like as if I'm reaching out my hands aimlessly towards the stars. After a 15-minute walk from our dorm, we arrive in front of the academy. Taito Nursing Academy. From today, as nursing students, this is the school we'll be attending. It's a 3-year study program and all students are required to live in the dorms. Taito Nursing Academy is apparently one of the larger and more prestigious nursing academies in the country.
よく合格したな、私。
I think this nonchalantly, but it's really all due to Nao's flawless, relentless tutoring. With yesterday being the entrance ceremony and having already come to pick up our textbooks, today's not our first day coming to the academy. Still, somehow, the school building in front of us suddenly seems completely different than yesterday.
星の捕まえ方なんて知らない。私は。
Not yet.
なる。どうしたの、お姉ちゃん。
Sorry, interrupted you, Atsuka.
いや、なんていうか、絵本のちっぽけな落書きから目指したのってかなり無茶だったかなーって。今さら
Nao's eyes are round circles of surprise. Even like this, she looks adorable. Putting that aside, sometimes nurses are referred to as white-robed angels, but I feel a little too embarrassed to say it aloud, especially since it's now what we are trying to become. But...
恋の天使だ。
those first words I utter are colored with surprise.
はじめまして。これから皆さんの担任になる大原楓です。
Miss Ohara stands on the podium and greets us. The fact that she's wearing a white uniform is certainly part of it, but a white-robed angel is the perfect way to describe her. She appears untainted, lovely, and dignified at the same time. She seems to be cut from my imagination of what I would consider the perfect nurse. I almost can't believe people like her actually exist.
皆さん、よろしくお願いしますね。
She smiles. Her white uniform and her nurse's cap. I couldn't imagine it suiting anyone more than her. Ooh. I'm truly moved. Next to me now also has a look of admiration on her face. Ripples of excitement spread through the classroom. Oh my god, Miss Ohara, you're so pretty! Some suck-up cries out, unable to contain herself. In response to these voices, she calmly responds, "Thank you." I hear excited whispers in my ears of people saying things like, "Ohara? That Ohara?" And no way. That Ohara? As if hearing this question, Miss Ohara gives a small nod.
大原の名前を知っている人もいるようですね。確かに先生の姉はナイチンゲール賞を受賞した大原すみれです。尊敬する姉ですけれど、あなたたちだって姉に負けない立派な看護師になれるんですからね。
She smiles at us. Once again, ripples of excitement spread through the classroom. Putting together the conversations around me, I grasp that the Nightingale Award is a national award given annually to nurses who have distinguished themselves by accomplishing remarkable work. Only 1 or 2 nurses are awarded the prize every year. One of them was Miss Ohara's elder sister, Sumire Ohara. On top of that, one of Miss Ohara's parents is a famous surgeon, while the other is a renowned professor of medicine. Furthermore, one of her grandparents is the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. In other words, she's the daughter of an elite medical family. As if this weren't enough, according to the voices from behind my seat,
うちママが看護師やってて聞いたんだけどさ、業界の噂で本当は大原先生もナイチンゲール賞もらうはずだったんだって。なのに辞退したらしいよ。特別扱いされたくないからって。
the words involuntarily escape my lips.
お姉ちゃん、言葉遣い。
Now warns me in a small voice.
でもすごい人が担任になってくれたね。
Now also seems excited. I nod over and over again.
はい。では入学式も済んで今日から学校が始まりますが、今日のところは年間学習スケジュールについてお話ししますね。
Miss Ohara begins passing out papers. As she hands the papers to the students in the front row seats, Miss Ohara not only seems to be the perfect nurse, but the perfect teacher as well.
先生って若く見えるけど何歳なんですか？人に年齢を聞くのはデリケートな質問ですよ。ペイシェント、患者さんの中には気にされる方もいますから、聞くならもっと上手に聞いてくださいね。
Laughter follows Miss Ohara's response. After that, until the papers are distributed completely, questions fly at Miss Ohara as if this were some miniature press conference. Miss Ohara carefully answers the serious questions and skillfully brushes aside the ones that are not. Before she became a teacher, she worked as a nurse at a university hospital for 4 years. This is her second year working as a teacher and her first to have her own class. She charmingly adds that she's a little nervous about this responsibility. Her measurements, unknown. Current romantic status, unknown. Her favorite food's Italian, and her favorite dessert is cheesecake.
美味しい店を探すのもいいですが、自分で作るのも楽しいですね。
How can I put it? She's flawless.
パーフェクト。じゃあなんで巻き舌なんだろう。
はい、それではプリント全員に行き渡りましたね。
Miss Ohara skillfully reverts the class's attention to their studies, and we all follow her lead.
プリントを見ながら聞いてください。まず先生が担当するのは、
I obediently look down at my papers and experience a moment of vertigo.
難しそうな科目ばっかり。
Environment theory, pathology, microbiology, clinical testing, information science, counseling. My mind spirals.
この中から好きなの 2,3 個チョイスしてそれをやればいいのかな。
You must do all of them. Oh, come on. Of course I know it won't be that easy.
先生が担当するのは数学、英語などの基礎学科、それから看護総合論。これは看護全般に関する知識を包括的に学ぶ授業ですね。
The last is a class where you will comprehensively learn the knowledge required of all areas of nursing.
解剖生理学や病理学といった専門的な領域は大学から教授方に来ていただいて講義してもらいます。座学以外で先生が受け持つのは基礎看護技術。1年の間はまだ実践的な看護実習は行いませんが、ベッドメイキングや正式といった大事な技術学習を行いますので、しっかり学んでください。それから、
As if in a dream, Miss Ohara's words seem to be growing further away.
ごっくり。
Still, I try my best to pick up Miss Ohara's words even as I glance to one side. Nao's tilting her head at an odd angle as she looks at Miss Ohara. Huh, I wonder what the matter is.
なんでだろう。先生って。
Nao whispers. Her voice grows quiet near the end and I cannot hear what she says. It's after school now. Just as Miss Ohara had said, today there are no actual classes and we are dismissed at home, at noon. After the explanation of the yearly curriculum, we have a time allotted for student introductions. All of us students take turns saying our name and why we wanted to become nurses. When it's my turn, I think about it for a while before deciding that I'll just tell the truth.
大幸あすかです。看護師になろうと思った理由はまだわかりません。
For a moment, I seem to sense a small current of unease ripple through the classroom.
いいと思いますよ。きっとこれから見つかります。
Miss Ohara smiles kindly at me and I feel myself go weak in the knees. As for now, Huh?
お姉ちゃんと一緒にいたいからです。
Eh? She bore her words like a badge of pride. As her elder sister, I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, in any case, we somehow managed to get through our self-introductions.
なおちゃん。何お姉ちゃん。私、先生みたいな看護師目指すよ。
I tell her with a serious expression on my face.
ナイチンゲール賞もらえるのにあえて辞退するよ。二重三重に大きく出たね、お姉ちゃん。うん、なお応援するよ。頑張ろうね。うん。じゃあ帰ろうか、お姉ちゃん。帰ったらお昼用意するから。いえ、なおちゃん、その前に。
I tell her with a serious expression on my face. Now turns to look at me.
おトイレ行ってくる。はい。じゃあなおここで待ってるね。
Now smiles at me as she waves her hand and I head to the bathroom. After replying to the call of nature, I wash my hands at the sink. I flash myself a rare, sharp glance in the mirror, and satisfied, I head out of the bathroom. Passing by the stairway leading to the classroom, I walk at a brisk pace down the hallway. If anyone had observed me, they would have said I seemed to be on the verge of running away. How could I help myself?
星空に手を伸ばしてるんだ。あてもなく。でも、もしかしたら先生が私の。
Then, just as I reach the edge of the stairway, I fall. I turn towards the stairway as if drawn towards it, sorry. No thoughts inhabit my mind, just the feeling of being drawn and pulled like an object by gravity. And there,
星
I feel as if I've seen a star, just for a moment, a small yet bright sparkle. A shining star, taking human form.
どれ
On my way from the first floor, where the first-year classroom is, going up to the second floor, I come across two, most likely, nursing students. The first girl who enters my vision is an image of elegant beauty. The girl right behind her wears glasses and looks intelligent. She also has surprisingly beautiful features. I stop in my tracks and gaze at the two of them. The two of them, noticing my presence, also stop and look at me. Both of them are extremely beautiful, and yet, I don't know if that's the reason why I froze. I simply stare vacantly at her. Who knows how much time passes?
口開いているわ。間の抜けた顔。
The questioning gaze turns to a glare as she speaks.
黙ってぼーっとこっちを見ているだけで失礼よ。何か用かしら。
ごめんなさい。
I feverishly apologize, but still, I cannot seem to remove my gaze from her. Even as I think this, the other girl, the one wearing glasses, lets out a giggle.
いきなり喧嘩腰か。さすがね、姫。いつき、学校でその呼び方はやめてと言ってあるでしょ。はいはい、昨夜。
Seemingly unaffected by the rebuke, the girl called Itsuki calls her by her real name. Sakya. What a beautiful name. From their well-controlled and calm demeanor, I make the assumption that they are senior students.
2年生か3年生。
いいえ、私たちも1年よ。あなたと同じね。そんな老けて見える？
あ、そういうわけじゃなくて。
I shake my head frantically from side to side. Huh, they're the same year as me.
いや、社会人の生徒もいるし、老けてる老けてないは関係ないか。じゃ、昨夜の大物オーラのせいかな。 悪い。昨夜覇王の巣を持ってるからさ。覇王の巣？そのもの、世界の救世主となるか、世界を滅ぼす災いとなるか、やがて自ら選ばなくてはいけない系の王者の資質。こう対面した者は皆ひれ伏さずにはいられないっていう。あなたの好きなゲームの話？そんな層知らないし、私は持っていないわ。持ってるじゃん。ほらさっきだって職員室で教員たちみんなひざまずこうとしてたし。してないでしょ。変なことを広めないで。してたしてた。さすがに行動に移すのはこらえてたけど。へえ、気づかなかったか。え、嘘。でもそれはだって。冗談。いやー、マジでトルトは昨夜って素直で可愛いね。いつき、あなたって人は大体。
Ignoring me and my doubts about them being first years, they begin to argue in the middle of the stairway. No, not so much arguing, more bantering.
でも1年の教室には。
Each year's intake at Taito Nursing Academy consists of one class of about 60 students. Earlier today, I hadn't seen the two of them in the classroom. There were quite a few students, but each one of us had introduced ourselves, so I'm confident about my observation. Perhaps that was why I had thought they were senior students without giving it much thought.
そのことなら。
The girl called Sakya responds to me. She continues to look at me with something resembling a glare.
私の家の事情で学校に来るのが遅れたのよ。
Liar, you were making out with her.
家の事情？
あなたには関係ないでしょ。ともかく明日からは普通に来られるし、寮にもこれから入るわ。ちなみに同室は私。
そうなんだ。
So the two of them are first years and will be living in the dorms from now. Will they be at Hakuran Dormitory? Dormitory?
話は以上でいいわね。失礼するわ。
So says the girl called Sakya. She then proceeds to descend the stairway, and without glancing towards me, she walks briskly past. As she disappears into the distance, I frantically call out behind her.
私アスカ、大幸アスカ、これからよろしくね。
However, as if completely ignoring me, the rhythm of her feet does not change. Does she already dislike me? Aw.
へえ。
While I was distracted by the other girl. The girl called Itsuki had descended the stairway and is standing right in front of me. She gazes intently at me. The first thought that runs through my head is that she's tall. Seeing her close up, I realize for the first time that behind her designer glasses, her eyes are a beautiful blue. Is she not fully Japanese? As she gazes at me with those eyes, I feel myself falter. Did she just laugh at me?
やっと見つけた。
はい？
いつき、何をしているの？来なさい。
I hear her voice from off in the distance.
はいはい、お姫様。じゃあね、抜け子。
She gracefully waves a hand at me and pulls away. However, the moment before she pulls away, for a split second, she draws her face up to mine and whispers in my ear. Her voice is quiet yet clear.
嘘だよ。
Those are her words. As my mind remains blank, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words, she walks off to follow the girl called Sakya, and I'm left alone, standing in a daze. Huh? Not what it seems. Does she mean that someone isn't telling the truth? About what? Wait, before that, I remember her saying something weird, something like, I found you. It makes no sense for someone I just met to tell me something like that. It makes no sense, but... No, wait. More importantly...
あ、気がついたら妙なあだ名つけられてた私。抜け子ってしかもしっくりくる。
Seriously, what the hell?
ああ、それは武田咲也さんと天藤いつきさんだね。
As we make our way home from the academy, Now surprises me by saying this.
知ってるの、なおちゃん。え？だってクラス名簿に名前は載ってるし。
I haven't even thought to look at that yet.
昨日の入学式でもクラスの子たちが話題にしてたんだよ。
I was mostly asleep for the entrance ceremony. I truly am a dummy girl.
二人とも入学式には来てなかったんだけど、同じ高校だった子がいてね、聞かれてもないのにいろいろ喋ってたんだ。武田さんは家が昔から続いてる資産家で、天藤さんは伝統舞踊の名家の娘で、二人ともお嬢様なんだって。看護学校に進学するって決めた時、学校ちょっとした騒ぎになったらしいよ。へえ。
Actually, when I decided to enroll at the nursing academy, it caused a bit of an uproar as well. In my case, it was for somewhat different reasons. I think back on the two of them. Miss Takeda was, however you look at it, the ultimate embodiment of a high-class girl. Miss Amato, well, she definitely didn't appear to come from a working-class family.
やっと見つけた。嘘だよ。
なんだったんだろう、あれ。
The more I think of it, the less I understand.
お姉ちゃん？あ、それで？他には二人とも成績優秀で天藤さんなんかトップ入学したとか。本当は入学式で新入生の答辞読む予定だったんだって。あとは二人は高校の頃から美人カップルで有名だったとか。
Kappari! I feel like I've been hit by a brick.
中学の頃から付き合ってるんだって。高校3年間全校生徒が投票で決めるナンバーワンカップルに選ばれ続けたらしいよ。
In my admiration, an odd, strangled sound escapes my lips. But thinking back, it makes sense. Yes, the two were a perfect match. Well-bred girls, distinguished and beautiful. And lovers.
綺麗な人だった？すごくね。へえ。天藤さんも綺麗だったけど、武田さんは星みたいな。星？キラキラって？なんていうか。よくわかんない。
Unable to explain myself properly, I resort to laughter.
そっか。でも。なんか嫌われたっぽいよ、私。武田さんに。どうして？いやー、ちょっと失礼な態度取っちゃって。そうなの？多分。
I tell now what happened in front of the stairway. How I had stared and gawked at her. How she had ignored me when we had parted.
そっか。
Perhaps because I had looked so pensive when I told her, a downcast expression appears on Nao's face.
それは困ったね。
Nao says this in a troubled voice. It's true. Being disliked by someone you're going to spend the next 3 years studying with doesn't sound ideal at all. At a time when we need to combine our strengths to become nurses, at a time when I need to catch my star, a sigh involuntarily escapes my lips. We continue to walk on in silence for a while. A little before we reach our dorm, Nao speaks.
なおからもフォローできそうならしておくよ。なおちゃん。
Emoticon. I clutch her tightly in an embrace as I cry tears of gratitude. Of course I'll do whatever I can on my own. But in any case, my days of independence from my sister seem a long way off yet. Our conversation turns to what we'll be eating for lunch as we enter our dorm. Suddenly, though, Nao changes the topic.
そういえばもう一つ。これはあんまり信憑性ないかも。だけどね。
Huh?
武田さんと天藤さん、癒しの手持ってるんだって。
Oh my god, they have it too!
一番近くで見つめてるよあなたのこと羽みたいに両手を広げパウダーブルーの海風集めて肌触りのいい朝日の中大きな笑顔あげた清らかな場所探して泳いだ記憶に心がゆるとなっても一番近くで見つめてるよ悲しい言葉で重ね合える涙は祝福温かい日も雪のように消えてゆく
At night, as I get inside my bed,
癒しの手。
I think back on Nao's words. Even I'm aware of what this term means. In fact, anyone who aspires to be a nurse is most likely aware of this strange power. Just by touching someone, they can remove that person's pain and suffering and ease the symptoms of their sickness. Among the general population, it's usually put down to the placebo effect, and it's lumped in with other superstitions and old wives' tales. And yet, apparently, Miss Takeda and Miss Amado have this power.
あれ？でもじゃあ
If it comes to magic charms, then Nao can use them too. Every year, during the rainy season, I'm plagued by headaches. However, whenever this happens, Nao casts a charm on me that helps ease the pain.
なおちゃん頭痛薬。はいはい、お姉ち ちゃん、じゃあそこに座って。
Now says this, and we sit with our legs folded under us, facing each other. Then drawing our faces close, we let our foreheads touch. Nao's voice slowly drifts towards me.
ケデントにマーヤ、泣いたい泣いたい。
Make the pain go away, but backwards. The words of the charm that Nao thought up.
ケデントにマーヤ、泣いたい泣いたい。
Make the pain go away, backwards. It's a childish charm, simply reversing the words make the pain go away. But the effect has always been immediate. As Nao would continue to say the charm, my headache would simply float away and disappear. I wonder if that's the same thing.
ナオちゃんも持ってるってことかな。それはどうかな。
I hear Nao's quiet voice from the bed above mine. It seems she's still awake.
学校で友達に頼まれてしたことあるけど、ナオナってお姉ちゃんにしか聞かないみたいだし、違うんじゃないかなって思うよ。それに手じゃなくておでこだから、癒しのおでこ？あ、なんかかわいい。
In the darkness, both of us giggle.
あんまり起きてない方がいいよ。明日から授業始まるから。うん、もう寝る。おやすみなさい、お姉ちゃん。おやすみ。
Even though we already said goodnight earlier, we say it again. Then,
あ、そうだ。明日は自分で起きるから。
and off to sleep I go.
白衣性愛情依存症。
お姉ちゃん、起きて、起きて。なおちゃん起きれたでしょ。寝言？寝てる、まだ寝てるよ、お姉ちゃん。
My second attempt at independence from now ends in failure. Better luck next time, me. Hi, Alice.
今日から武田さんと天藤さんも出席してみんな揃いましたね。
I see both Miss Takeda and Miss Amado in the classroom. Oh, both of them are staying at the same Hakuran dormitory as us. I found out this morning when I saw them walking ahead of us on our way to the academy.
ええ、昨日はすみませんでした、大原先生。
Yeah, I like the colors and stuff.
どうもどうも。
The two of them gathered the attention of everyone in the classroom, so that's what it's like to be famous.
いえ、授業が始まるのは今日からですから。ただ、入学式に出られなかったのは残念でしたね。では、朝のホームルームを始める前に、2人にはクラスのみんなに自己紹介をしてもらいましょうか。武田さんから。
Miss Ohara calls out Miss Takeda. Miss Takeda stands up. I gaze up at Miss Takeda, but she shows no sign of noticing me.
武田咲也です。私が看護の道を志したのは、それが自分のすべきことだと思ったから、それだけです。
Miss Takeda simply says this and sits down. The aura of greatness about her is palpable. A low "ooh" rumbles throughout the classroom.
でも具体的には何も言ってないような。
Next, Miss Amado smoothly stands up from her chair.
天藤樹、私は趣味と実益を兼ねてかな。詳しくは内緒。
She says this and sits down in one smooth motion. Who keeps things secret during an introduction?
ミステリアス気取りか。お姉ちゃんがイチャモンつけてばっかりのヤシウマさんみたいになってる。
And yet, small gasps of "Whoa!" echo throughout the classroom. Everyone's loving it. No fair. Sitting down, Miss Amado turns towards me and lets out a giggle, before silently moving her lips to form the words, "dummy girl." I had thought when she'd said it, "It's not what it seems," that she had been telling me not to take the nickname to heart, that it was a joke. But I guess that wasn't the case.
やっと見つけた。
Had she meant to say that those words were not what they seem? In any case, I had no idea what she was talking about.
はい、二人ともありがとう。では、ホームルームを始めますね。
Miss Ohara's smile is just as flawless today. Her soft voice flows through the classroom.
今日は午後の授業で早速基礎看護技術の実習がありますが、皆さん実習着はちゃんと持ってきていますか？
One class at the nursing academy runs for 90 minutes. There are 2 classes each morning and 2 each afternoon. The first class is English, the second is anatomical physiology. So let me explain to you what anatomical physiology is. Basically, it's a class where we learn about the mechanics and motions of the body's organs, skeleton, and so on. I open the textbook and my initial reaction is that it is filled with vivid visual images, especially in contrast to the English and math textbooks.
あー、人体ってすごい。
However, my amusement is short-lived. I underestimated the gravity of the situation. Well, I have a tendency of doing that. After all, I am the manager of the Jellyfish Club. The teacher of the anatomical physiology class is talking.
人体を構成する206の骨の名前と箇所、すべて覚えること。これは看護における基礎中の基礎だよ。
Oh boy.
来週の授業で確認の小テストするから。9割取れなかったら、取れるまで放課後再テストだからね。
The teacher's tone is friendly, but the words resound within the classroom, within me.
看護学校怖い。
Me? Why did I have to say I'm gonna be a nurse when I was a kid? Do you suppose not being able to remember the names of the bones would disqualify me from the Nightingale Award? I wonder if amongst the winners of the Nightingale Award, there was someone who didn't remember the names of the bones at all.
いないか。
Yeah, highly unlikely.
なおちゃん、ちょっと風に当たってくるね。
After class, resembling something like a used tea bag, I weakly get up from my chair. With a worried expression on her face, now waves to me and I head out to the hallway. I open the classroom door and run into Miss Takeda. Perhaps she had gone to the bathroom, but she looks up at me in shock at the perfect timing with which we had both opened the door. Most likely my face mirrors her expression. There's a slightly dubious expression on Miss Takeda's face as she speaks.
そこにいられると教室に入れないわ。
Aren't there 2 doors? Take the other one.
あ、ごめんね。
I scramble away from the front of the door. Miss Takeda passes me as if I don't exist, or so I think for a moment. Suddenly she stops and turns toward me. We're now face to face and close. As I gaze at her face, my heart skips a beat at how beautiful she is.
大崎アスカ。
So she had remembered my name from my introduction yesterday.
クラスの子から聞いたわ。あなた、看護師の死亡理由がわからないだそうね。ふざけた話。それで続けられるとは思えないわね。
Without any further words, she enters the classroom. Did she just say something mean and cold? I think she did, but... I'm sure she did, but
なんでだろう。あんまり嫌な気してない。
I clutch my chest. There's no pain.
ひょっとして私ってそっち系の。いやいやいや。
I shake my head and turn around. I follow her form with my eyes. I see her flowing hair and her graceful back, a back that rejects any attempt on my part to initiate conversation.
聞きたいことあったのにな。あなたを見たとき、どうして星が見えたの？
白衣性愛情依存症。
Lunch break finishes and afternoon classes begin.
初の実習！なんか緊張すよ。
Oh my god!
お姉ちゃん、口調変になってる。大丈夫、ナオもだよ。
Having changed into our training uniforms, we have all gathered in the training room. Rows of white beds are laid out, and between each bed stand several students. Even as she says I'm nervous too, now seems completely fine. Of course, amongst the students, I can see Miss Takeda and Miss Amado as well. Neither of them show any signs of being nervous as they talk about something between themselves. For the most part, Miss Amado seems to be whispering in Miss Takeda's ear as she responds in an offhand manner. But sometimes...
ああ。
Sometimes a small smile forms on her lips.
あ。
The bell sounds and the front door of the training room opens. Miss Ohata walks in. During homeroom this morning, she had been dressed in her own clothes, but now she's wearing her white uniform. I reconfirm my earlier assessment that the white uniform and nurse's cap truly suit Miss Ohata perfectly. I guess like her training uniform, she only wears it during training. Wait, but then... Why was she wearing her white uniform yesterday? Is it her way of welcoming us new students?
やっぱり先生って。
I thought so?
揃ってますね、皆さん。緊張している人もいますか？
Miss Ohata's words send a slight jolt down my back.
今日の基礎看護技術ではベッドメイキングの実習を行います。看護師になれば毎日何度も行うことになります。入院中の患者さんが長い時間を過ごされるベッドを清潔に保つ大事な作業ですから、よく覚えてくださいね。
I'll respond in confirmation.
一度先生がお手本を見せます。説明しながら行いますから、それを見て皆さんにもやってもらいましょう。そうですね。では。
Miss Ohata comes to the front of the bed. A new sheet folded in four has been placed on top of the bed.
なるべく近くで見てください。その方がよくわかりますよ。
She smiles. Responding to Miss Ohara's angelic smile, we all gather around the bed. Then...
まず最初に。
Miss Ohata moves her hand slowly, most likely to make it easier for us to comprehend. I watch her as she carefully makes the bed. I can't help myself from imagining white wings sprouting from her back. In fact, I doubt anyone would be able to prevent that image from forming in their mind.
そしてシーツにシワが寄らないようにしっかり伸ばして端は三角にしてマットに入れ込むこと。シーツにシワがあればシワが患者さんの体を圧迫し、特に寝たきりの患者さんや皮膚の弱い患者さんだとすぐに褥瘡、床ずれができてしまいます。
We silently take in her words. From all around, I can hear the sound of scribbling pens as students take notes. I watch Miss Ohara as if I'm being drawn into her.
またシーツ交換をする際、 患者さんの持ち物を動かしたら必ず元の位置に戻すこと。患者さんはとてもナーバスになっているので、ちょっとしたことが不安の材料になったりもします。ただし、
Miss Ohara's words flow, her body never taking a moment to rest as she moves serenely and gracefully.
さすがね。
I hear Miss Takata whisper quietly. Responding to her voice, I look towards her, and our eyes meet. Smile, smile, give her a friendly smile, just like Miss Ohara's smile. She turns away and ignores me. Mission failed.
大幸あすかさん、よそ見ですか？ちゃんと見てないとダメですよ。
Miss Ohara says this without seeming to look in my direction.
すみません。
I quickly return my gaze. Even though Miss Ohara's actions are slow, she makes no unnecessary movements, and she's already applying the finishing touches to the bed making.
そして最後に、個室でない限り他のベッドには患者さんがいますから、バタバタして埃を立てないように静かに手早く行うこと。
How do you stir up dust making a bed? Like cleaning.
はい、以上です。
Miss Ohara runs her hand over the newly placed sheet, smoothing out the few micro creases left. Then she looks at us. The bed that Miss Ohara has made with her own hands looks undeniably inviting. It seems to glimmer white.
このベッドで昼寝したら死ぬほど気持ちよさそう。
どうですか、大幸あすかさん。
Just as I think such thoughts, she abruptly calls on me.
あ、寝てみたいです。お姉ちゃん？わあ、そうじゃなくて。
患者さんにもそう思ってもらいましょう。手順覚えましたか？いいね。
Miss Amado suppresses her voice as she laughs. Damn it. I look and see that Miss Takeda also has an exasperated expression on her face. But what's done is done. After Miss Ohara's demonstration finishes, we all begin practicing on individual beds. At first, Miss Ohara tells us to work in pairs to a single bed. Now and I pair together and stand on opposite sides of the bed.
じゃあやってみようよ、お姉ちゃん。よしなおちゃん、最初は私がリードするよ。任せて。お願いね。
Now flashes me a smile. I'll be alright. I did space out a little, but I had been watching Miss Ohara's movements properly and had been listening to the instructions. Besides, it's not just me, but the two of us. This would be a walk in the park. However...
どうしてこうなったのかな。
What am I... Sorry, what am I looking at? Before my eyes, a bed so tragically made that if I took a nap on it, I would be guaranteed to have nightmares. The sheets are a mess. The original sheet and replacement sheet seem to have somehow managed to tangle together, leaving us unable to discern which is which. It could possibly pass as some bizarre piece of modern art, or mysteriously entangled life forms, maybe.
ごめんね。なるべくフォローしようとしたんだけど。
Now looks at me apologetically, but of course the responsibility lies with me. But...
なおちゃん、なんかこれ見てるとめまいがしてくるんだけど。なおもちょっと気分が。
Now covers her mouth. I look on with a serious expression on my face.
おかしい。計算上は完璧だったはずなのに。
難しいでしょ？頭では分かっていても実際にやろうとすると。
Teacher walked up like, what the heck is this?
先生。
Miss Ohara had walked over to our bed.
What?
I'm embarrassed for her to see the tragic-looking bed, but Miss Ohara doesn't laugh upon seeing our travesty. Instead, she gives us precise instructions, and like magic, we manage to return the bed to its original state. Then she looks at me and smiles.
もう一度やってみましょうか。今度は先生がアドバイスをしながらね。
Being spoken to gently in this way, it's all I can do to stop myself from crying. A while later.
今度はなんとか。
She's dying. There, in front of me. Well, you'd have to be fairly odd to want to sleep in a bed like this, but I've managed to make it into something that's recognizable as something that's supposed to function as a bed. This is the finished product of my bed making.
はい、30点。
30. Miss Ohara says this with a wry laugh. Understandably, she has to be tough on me this time. The 30 points are like a jab through my heart.
お姉ちゃん、しっかり。
来週にはテストがありますから、一人でできるように何度も練習しましょう。
テスト。お姉ちゃん、ナオがいるよ。
放課後実習室は自由に使えます。頑張ってくださいね。
Miss Ohara smiles her angelic smile. She distances herself from her bed and moves on to another pair of students.
はい、上手ですね、このベッドは。ほぼ合格点です。
It's Miss Takeda and Miss Amado's bed. Miss Takeda touches the newly laid out sheet with her hand.
いいえ、まだまだだわ。結構面白かったよ。思ったよりコツがいるね、これ。ベッドで人が寝てる状態でもやるんでしょ？大原先生、次は一人でやってみてもいいですか？ええ、そうですね。なら次は。
As I listen to their voices, I look down at my bed and mutter.
最初のベッド、採点してもらったら何点だったんだろう。
A 0, obviously. I wonder if they have negative scores. Later that day, as we make our way home from school. For some reason, we're walking with Miss Takeda and Miss Amado. Well, we do belong to the same class in the same dorm, so it's not odd that we end up together on the way home. Now and I, and a little distance away, Miss Takeda and Miss Amado.
ふざけた話。それで続けられるとは思えないわね。
気まずい。お姉ちゃん。
Now observes my silence questioningly. I try laughing for no reason. Positioned between myself and Miss Takeda, although at some distance, now casts furtive glances between the two of us. Then...
武田さん、ベッドメイキング上手だったね。
え
Now strikes up a friendly conversation, and Miss Takeda looks somewhat surprised momentarily. However, she quickly regains her composure.
そうね。先生からもそう言ってもらえたのは良かったけれど。春休み自主トレした甲斐があったってことね、姫。だから学校でその呼び方は？はーい先生、通学路は学校に入らないと思います。
Each time Miss Amado calls Miss Takeda Princess, a troubled look flits across her face. Which is unfortunate because the name suits her. Anyway, now's not the time to be thinking thoughts like that.
自主トレなんてしてたんだ。すごい。私なんて寝てばっかりで。
寝てばかり？
お姉ちゃん受験頑張ったの。でもちょっと太っちゃったんだよね。 おお、のーちゃん、それはトップシークレットだよ。言っちゃダメ。
Miss Takeda lets out a sigh. I've exasperated her again.
いつきも余計なこと教えないで。いいじゃん。天才ぶりたいわけじゃないんでしょ。最初はいきなり私をベッドに寝かせてやるもんだから、こっちは落っこちまくって青あざだらけ。
Oh no.
手順は合ってるはずって言って聞かなくてさ。っていつき。
Miss Takeda's face is bright red.
へえ。
I only giggled slightly, but in response, she stared daggers at me. Eeh! My first impression of the two of them from yesterday at the stairway. The soft, elegant Miss Takeda and the cool, intelligent Miss Amato. But it seems I may have been wrong about them, and the way they are now is who they really seem to be. The distance between me and Miss Takeda. I feel both as if we've gotten closer and further apart at the same time.
白衣性愛情依存症。
Then, on our first day off since entering Taito Nursing Academy,
うわや。
in our dorm room, I sit lifelessly at the table, moaning.
カエルってなんでゲコゲコって泣くんだろう。
Ever since school started, every day we've been tied down by technical classroom lectures and training, with no regard to the fact that we're new students in our first week of study. On the table, a cup of green tea now is made for me sits there steaming. Perhaps since until elementary school, I'd been Grandma's little girl. I'm more used to drinking traditional green tea than coffee or black tea. Mal's currently sitting at her study desk and most likely reviewing this week's classes. She's such a good girl. Well, I know I have to do it too. I know, but...
ナイチンゲール賞ね。やっぱり取れなくて。
I consider such pathetic thoughts in my heart.
うわ。
I sipped the green tea and let out a lazy sigh. I remember what my teacher had written in my report card when I was in elementary school. Habit of being lazy. When excited about something, she sets extremely high goals for herself, but compromises immediately. Lacks perseverance. No self-discipline. Ruthless, but spot on, Miss Toyama.
元気にしてるかな、富山先生。あ、小学校の時の？
I responds by murmurings as she continues to look at her notebook.
うん。看護学校に入ったこと知ったら、なんて言うかなって。喜んでくれるよ、きっと。そうかな。まあいいや。おトイレ。
I grunt and get up. I head towards the toilet near the entrance of her room. I think to myself that once I finish using the bathroom, I'll follow Nao's example and review our studies as well. Thinking such thoughts, I walk to the door. Standing there is a skeleton. Bones, skeletal structure, life-size, complete. Our eyes meet as its empty sockets gaze at me. I rush back and collapse onto the floor next to Nao.
どうしたの、お姉ちゃん。骨が、骸骨さんがドアの前に立ってて。ああ、それのこと？
Nao grins and says,
立ってないよ。貼ってあったでしょ。人体骨格図が。人体骨格図。そう。ほらお姉ちゃん、解剖生理の授業の後、全部の骨の名前なんて覚えられないって言ってたから。
Nao's words bring back my memory.
人体を構成する206の骨の名前と箇所すべて覚えること。これは看護における基礎中の基礎だよ。来週の授業で確認の小テストするから。9割取れなかったら取れるまで放課後再テストだからね。
だから先生にいい覚え方はないですかって聞いてみたんだよ。そしたら教えてくれたんだ。トイレの前に人体骨格図を貼ってね、骨の名前を何箇所か付箋とかで隠しておくんだって。それでトイレに行きたくなったら付箋で隠してある骨の名前を当てるの。当てるまで入っちゃダメってルールで。
Oh no, Asuka.
おう。
I tremble.
大丈夫だよ。まだ1個だけだから。嘘！
I scramble back to in front of the toilet.
本当だ。
There's indeed a copy of a life-size anatomical chart spread out and glued to the door. There are lines branching from each bone, leading to their specific names. The name of only one of them is hidden by a light blue post-it. It is the name of the lowest bone located at the center of the chest. The bone above it is labeled the sternum. Now, what is the one below it called? That's the question.
尺骨はなんとなく覚えてる。
でももう一本わかんねえ。
To me, it looks like it's pointing to like the radius ulna area, but whatever you say.
お姉ちゃん、言葉遣いちら。
I cast a glimpse towards Now. She's facing her desk again and is looking away from me. If I'm going to do it, now's my chance. I think I'll cheat. After all, I really need to use the toilet. At this rate, I'll end up becoming Wet Pants Asuka. I must avoid that at all costs. I gulp down my anxiety, and eyeing Now, I place my fingers onto the post-it. I'll take a quick glimpse at it and pretend like I just remembered the name.
ああ、わかったわかった。ほにゃららだ、やっと思い出したよ。
Alright, I can do this. Just a quick tiny glimpse. Peek. Xiphoid process?
読めるかお姉ちゃん。
Now surprised voice. In the end, I put aside my pride until now, honestly. I realized then, of course, that I had no reason to worry about peeing my pants. Apparently, the X in xiphoid process is pronounced as a Z. Now teaches me how to pronounce the word, and so my anxiety is laid to rest. However, xiphoid process? Process? Later that day at dinner,
はい、お姉ちゃんできたよ。
saying this, Now lays out the freshly cooked food on the table.
って。
Looking at the food, I realize something is unusual.
骨付き唐揚げ？
Are we doing this like you can't eat the chicken unless you name the chicken bone now?
そう、骨の名前を確認しながら食べられるかなって。あとね、他のメニューも栄養学の授業でよく出てくる栄養素が入ってるんだよ。大丈夫、味とかバランスとかもちゃんと考えてあるから。さあ食べよう。いただきます。
なおちゃん？
はい、お姉ちゃん。まずこの唐揚げの骨は人体で言うと何でしょう？
Now grins at me.
お勉強定食。
Now continues to grin. In the end, when Nao switches into gear, she becomes hardcore with her Spartan-style teaching, although she's still gentle. Oh, this reminds me of when we were studying for our exams. Early afternoon, I'm walking my usual route to school when... I hear the sound of someone crying, a distinguishably childish cry.
これって
I change my direction towards where the crying's coming from. Then... the two of them are there.
ダメ、額切れているわ。血も出てる。ガードレールから落ちたくらいでか。
I was thinking she fell onto it.
たくうるせえ。いつき。はいはい、すんませんでした。で、病院連れてくしかないんじゃない？それじゃ。ちょっと泣き止ませないと動かすのは難しいわね。ほら、おとなしくして。病院に連れて行ってあげるから。やだー、痛いよー。だからその痛いのを治療するために病院連れてくんでしょうが。って言ってもわかんないか。
子供が落っこちて怪我して、それを何とかしようとしてる。
Miss Takeda and Miss Amuro. It seems like that's what's going on, but for some reason, all I can do is hide in the shadows and watch them. Why am I hiding?
なんか勢いと言いますか。別に野獣馬とかそんなんじゃなくて。
As I attempt to justify my actions.
しゃあねえな。よし、私にやらせて。いつき？もうここで傷塞いじまおう。そうすりゃガキもおとなしくなるでしょ。あなた、癒しの手を。うん、まあね。てかとっとと黙らせたい、そのガキ。
今癒しの手って言った？武田さんと天藤さん、癒しの手持ってるんだって。
姫、ほら。いえ、いつき、それなら私がやるわ。え？この子を見つけたのは私だし、それに。
Here, Miss Takeda falls silent for a moment.
私の方が上手に使えるわ。
Shots fired.
ま、そうだけどさ。わかった。じゃあ任せるよ。
All I can do is stare at them from the shadows. Healing hands? Really?
あなた、ちょっとの間だけじっとしてなさい。すぐに痛くなくなるから。ね。
Miss Takeda says this as if to reassure the kid. Then...
ああ、もうここからじゃ子供に何してるのかよく見えないよ。
And I am curious, so curious. I must be involuntarily craning forward in my excitement. So that I can see more.
はい。もう傷塞がったわ。どう？痛くなくなったでしょ？
あ、本当だ。もう全然痛くないよ。頭全然痛くない。すごい。お姉ちゃん、魔法使いなの？
違うわ。ただの看護学生よ。
Miss Takeda says this, making no attempt at showing off. Once I get back home, I tell Nao what I saw on my way home from school.
だからね、噂は事実だったんだよ。武田さんと天藤さんが癒しの手持ってるの。すごいよね。魔法使いって言われてたし。
お姉ちゃん。
As I enthusiastically tell her what happened, Nao doesn't seem nearly as impressed.
今聞いた限りだと、お姉ちゃんは実際に子供の頭のキスが塞がってるところを見たってわけじゃないみたいだけど、そういうことでいいのかな？うん。じゃあまだわかんないんじゃないかな。魔法みたいな力か。子供って特にそういうプラシーボとかおまじないみたいなのを素直に聞いちゃうだろうし。おまじないってなおちゃんみたいな？なおのはお姉ちゃん専用だけどね。うん、でもそっかな。
Hearing these words from Nao, I begin to think that might be the case.
わかんないけどね。けど何にせよ本人たちが言ってない以上、周りが騒ぐのは良くないんじゃないかなって。いい気しないかもしれないでしょ。あ、
Nao grins sardonically.
噂のことお姉ちゃんに教えたのナオなんだけど、ナオも気をつけなきゃ。うん。でもそっか、そうだね。
Having been told this, I think back to how Miss Takeda and Miss Amado had acted. It's true, they didn't seem proud or pleased about what they'd done. It wasn't anything like that.
胸にしまっとこう。うん。
And so that's what I decided to do.
白衣性愛情依存症。では今から20分間自習とします。その後小テスト。
Pathology class. Humectation, metastasis, angiosarcoma, epithelium, mesenchyme, metastasis, dyscararosis, cultural atypia, deoxyribonucleic acid. Such difficult words dance across the whiteboard. Amongst our classes, this is considered to be one of the most advanced. Of course, I'm horrible at it.
せめて全部ひらがなならまだ親しみが。お姉ちゃん、それ余計わかりにくいよ。
I consider how they appear as pronunciation symbols. She's right. Surprise, surprise. Our time for memorization before our short test begins. The classroom has fallen silent, with the sound of textbook pages turning and pens scribbling across notebooks filling the room. I at least attempt to open my textbook and hammer the words into my head, but...
頑張ろうね、お姉ちゃん。なおちゃん。わかんないところがあったらいつでも聞いて。
I don't know anything, sister. Something I don't know.
私、なんでここにいるんだろう。それは。
Nao's worried face. I worried her. I'm a failure as an elder sister.
優しい海に抱かれて眠りたい。
Such meaningless thoughts dance in my head. The former Jellyfish Club manager. Jellyfishish me. From the seat next to me, the side that now isn't on, someone nudges my shoulder.
はい、これ。
Held out to me is a folded piece of paper, a letter. On the bottom right, it says in small letters, Itsuki. Sensing her gaze, I turn my face towards her, and my eyes make contact with Miss Amado's. She points towards my hands. She appears to be gesturing for me to read the letter. I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is. I carefully open the folded letter.
大幸飛鳥、新農女子高校出身、4月2日生まれ。血液型 B 型、身長154センチ、体重48キロ。春休みに3キロ増えてこの数字。
She knows how much weight you gain.
3サイズ、バスト81、ウエスト63、ヒップ85。合ってる？
何これ？
A list of all my personal information, even my measurements are correct. How did she find this out? I cast a glance towards Miss Amado and see her grinning at me. She points to her eyes and then towards my chest. Does that mean she figured it out just by looking at me? I don't know if I should be impressed or creeped out. Miss Amado makes an okay sign with her fingers. She seems to be asking me if she's right. Denial. I furrow my eyebrows and shake my head. I draw a line through where it says 3 kilograms and write I only gained 2 kilograms before sending back the letter. The letter passes from student to student, and before long, it's in Miss Amado's hands again. Miss Amado opens the letter and reads it before breaking into a grin. She writes something on a new piece of paper, folds it, and passes it down the row of students until it once again reaches me. I open it.
3じゃなくていいね。教えてくれてありがとう。修正しとく。
Huh?
何正直に教えちゃってるの私。え、ちょっと待って、それに修正って何？
Aggravated at myself for having so easily released top-secret information, I bury my head in my hands.
お姉ちゃん？
With all that's going on, my test results are dismal, unsurprisingly. That day, there's an announcement from Miss Ohara during the afternoon homeroom. She tells us that tomorrow, during basic nursing skills class, we'll be taking a bed-making test. Later that evening, at a somewhat early hour,
明日は落ちたくないな。
I mutter.
でも大丈夫だよ。お姉ちゃん放課後いっぱい練習してたもん。座学と違って楽しいからね。気持ちはわかるけど、そこまではっきり言うのはどうかな、お姉ちゃん。
There's no denying that it's difficult, but it's so much more fun than sitting down and studying. It's about 100 times more fun than pathology.
なので、最後の確認でちょっと実習室行ってきます。
Does that mean the bathroom?
今から？ギリギリ学校空いてる時間だし、一回さらっとやってくるだけだよ。
I say it as if I'm going for a casual jog and begin to prepare for my trip to the school.
じゃあナオも行くよ。いいよいいよ、一人で大丈夫。ナオちゃんはのんびりしてて。でも行ってくるぜお前。今夜は大量だ。はい、行ってらっしゃいあなた。夜 夜の海は気をつけて。おうよ。
We play at being a fisherman and his wife for a moment, then I leave the dorm. I walk the night road, my feet moving a little faster than usual. Occasionally, I glance up at the night sky.
まだまだ遠いな。星。
The world of the stars is exasperatingly far. Even now, I'm swaying in the waves as I look up at the starry sky, still a jellyfish girl. How to catch a star. I still don't feel like I'm anywhere close to catching them. On the other hand, I felt like giving up countless times. Every year, amongst nursing students, around the time they advance to the next year, about 10 to 20% of the students drop out. By the time graduation comes along, about only 60% remains. I know myself that I'm the type of person who'd fall under 40. Even before graduation, there are things like the national qualification examinations. Sigh. Apparently, now has already begun planning for the national exams. Yes, all for the sake of her elder sister. Makes me want to cry.
しっかりしなくちゃ。
I mutter as I reach my hands out towards the starry sky. I grip my fist and relax it as if to see if I've caught a fistful of starlight. But there's no sense of reality to my actions. In opening my fist, there's no sign of starlight.
先生みたいな看護師になりたいな。
My words alone are grandiose. I think such thoughts even though I have no thought of what Miss Ohara was like during her years as a nurse. And yet, I'm filled with admiration for her. How she looks in her white uniform. The white-robed angel. I arrive at the school. It's already night, but perhaps because it's still not that late, I can see light coming from some of the windows. The staff room, the library, the hallways, and even the training room.
誰か練習してるのかな。
Although not that late, night is night. It hadn't crossed my mind that anyone other than me would want to practice.
誰だろう。
At the lockers, I change into my training uniform and head to the training room. The door is slightly ajar. I find myself quietly tiptoeing up to the door. I hear voices inside.
はい、私の勝ち。
It's Miss Takara and Miss Amado. I wonder if it's just the two of them in there.
と。
There shouldn't be any problem with me just walking in, but...
だから私はベッドメイキングの練習は遊びでやるものじゃないと。
あ、終わった後で言うんだ。らしくないね。
だってそれはあなたがしつこく何度も勝負と言うから。いえ、そうね。やめるわ。
切磋琢磨するのは大事。それには競い合わないとね。
うまく言おうとしないで。普通に練習してるのに飽きただけのくせに。
いやあ、飽き性なもんで。
私は別に付き合わなくていいと言ったはずよ。
それはそれで寂しい。部屋で一人なんてさ。
どの口が言っているの？たくさん誘われてるんでしょ？クラスの子から。
昨夜以外眼中にないよ、私は。
I feel dizzy, as if my head were spinning. The situation is making it harder for me to walk in. Awkward, but I can't seem to move away from the door either. I seem to have stumbled on quite the scenario.
じゃあ、勝者のご褒美もらおうかな。
何を言っているの？いつき。
何って、 勝負事にはつきものでしょ。ご褒美。
待って、聞いていないわ、そんなこと。
あれ、言ってなかったっけ。
当たり前だわ。聞いていたらこんな勝負には乗ってな。
Both of their voices abruptly stop. Miss Takeda lets out a small gasp as if in surprise. I catch a tiny glimpse through the crack in the door. For a moment, I seem to hear a moan coming from Miss Takeda's lips. By the time I realize it, I've stepped away from the door and rushed off. I can sense myself panicking in my head, yet my thoughts are occupied by the heat rising to my face, and I cannot recall what went through my mind until I return to my dorm room. I leap back into our room, earning a surprised look from Nao.
どうしたのお姉ちゃん。実習着のままで。
Nao-chan, they're lesbians! Having lacked the mental capacity to change clothing, the best I had been able to do was take my own clothes out from the locker and dash back to our room. Perhaps due to the running, or perhaps due to other reasons, my entire body is hot and I'm incredibly thirsty. Wheezing, I managed to gasp out a couple of words.
なおちゃん、水。
Now quickly brings me a glass of water. I gulp down the entire glass. I sluggishly turn my face towards the questioning Nao. The image of what I saw is burned inside my mind. Oh, my body temperature is rising again. The two of them had been kissing. It had appeared that Miss Amado had aggressively initiated the kiss, but Miss Takeda, she didn't seem to be strongly against it either. Her hand on Miss Amado's arm, her almost audible moan, her lips.
お姉ちゃん。だからどう。
なおちゃん。
Placing the emptied glass back into Nao's hand, I opened my mouth.
なおちゃんってキスしたことある？
昔うちで飼ってたカプセルとなら。
Mood.
マルチーズの。だよね。私もそう。
The two of them had been kissing. A real kiss, not that I know whether or not there are fake ones. Well-bred girls, distinguished and beautiful. And lovers.
なおちゃん。
I say with a serious expression on my face.
はい。
私ベッドメイキングのテスト絶対受かるよ。
頑張ろうね。
絶対受かるからね。
The heat is still coursing through my body, and I don't know where I could find an outlet for it. Having made my proclamation, I realize...
結局最後の確認やってないや。
let's see. Go back to school. I'm kind of scared about this, but... This is, like the common route, by the way. And then later on, it'll split up to the different girls' routes. Now advises me against it, but I decide to go back to the academy again. I resolve that I do want to double check my bed making one last time.
あ、実習室の明かり消えてる。
It may already be closed. Please, no. Just then.
大幸あすかさん？あ、大原先生。どうしました？学校に忘れ物ですか？
あ、いえ、実習室で明日のベッドメイキングの確認しようかなって。
Hearing my words, Miss Sahara looks towards the school building.
あ、そうね。さっき閉めたところなのよ。
ですよね。
でも、そうね。せっかく自主練習に来たのだもの。少しの時間なら。
本当ですか？
ええ。生徒のやる気には応えてあげたいですし。
Miss Sahara smiles. And so, I managed to get a chance to use the training room. The preparation for tomorrow is all set. Plus, I was able to run into Miss Ohara. Luck seems to be on my side. And so... The next day...
はい、いいですよ。大幸あすかさん。合格です。
Yay! I've passed, just as I proclaimed last night. I can do it when I set my mind to it.
上手になりましたね。ベッドメイキング。クラスでも上位だと思いますよ。
本当ですか？
はい。
I'm happy. So happy. I love beds.
これはナイチンゲール賞いけるかもしれないよ、なおちゃん。
And just like that, my goal has returned.
先生、私このパンチで世界取ります。
Miss Ohara looks at me as if she doesn't quite comprehend what I mean. Oops. Then, on one particular weekend,
や、抜け子、どっかお出かけ？
I run into Miss Amado in the hallway of our dorm.
うん、そう。
へえ、私も今からちょっとね、駅前まで遊びに。
こっちは戻ってきたところだよ。
I hold up the plastic bag containing things I bought at the convenience store.
ほん、おやつ？また太るぜ。
She says teasingly before drawing her face close to peek into the bag. Her candid words cause my temper to rise for a moment, but I can't come up with a retort. After all, she's already discovered I gained 2 kilograms, thanks to my own stupidity.
あ、甘党さんだ。
甘党さん、今度一緒にカラオケ行ってよ。
A couple of dorm students who happen to be passing by call out to her.
そのうちね。
She answers casually. I realize how popular she is. Seeing Miss Amado's profile as she waves towards other girls, I suddenly remember. The kiss. The one that I saw in the training room.
遊びに行くのって武田さんと？
I asked, thinking it might be a date.
姫？違う違う。あれより可愛げのある子だよ。その分手間もかかるけど。
She speaks so nonchalantly.
あれ？
I'm a bit flustered. Is she cheating on her? And so brazenly? Or is Miss Takeda alright with it? Is their relationship just casual? Is this just how rich people do things? Probably nothing to do with it.
ああ、その。
嘘だよ。相手は昨夜姫。ま、玉の息抜きにね。
She admits her trickery. I let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, it isn't really my place to feel flustered or relieved. But for some reason, I can't really imagine the two of them ever betraying each other.
あんなキスを見ちゃったからかな。
Thinking such thoughts, my body temperature rises a little again. And then a question enters my mind. Something in Miss Abado's words tugs at me.
あ、
It's not what it seems. Those were the same words she had said on the stairway, the first time we met after my first day of school. She had spoken quietly, as if to keep a secret from those around us. And the other thing she said, like, I finally found you, and I'll revise. There are too many mysteries surrounding Miss Amado. But the biggest mystery of all is this.
嘘だよ。
That one takes the cake.
そうだ、アマトさん。聞いていい？
ん？寝る時の格好？裸だよ。おふ。姫がね。
ってそうじゃなくて。
私も冗談。何？
初めて会った時言ってたよね。嘘だよって。あれってどういう意味だったのかなって。
Miss Amado seems to consider this for a moment.
私そんなこと言ったっけ？
うわ
There had seemed to be so much meaning behind those words, and yet she doesn't even remember saying it.
ああ、口癖みたいなもんだからね。あんまり本当のこと言わないんだ、私。
それって人としてダメなんじゃ。
まあだから気にしないでよ。多分意味ないから。
へい。
I had forgotten as well, so I guess there's no reason to be bothered. I'm not a very honest person. But that time at the training room, when she had said to Miss Takeda, I have eyes for no one but you, it felt like she was being honest then. If she's a liar that will only tell the truth when she's with her lover, well, that's actually kinda hot. Anyway. I hear Miss Takeda's voice. From far off, she's humming to herself quietly. I look down the hallway and see Miss Takeda exiting her dorm room, unaware of us. Noticing this, Miss Amado says, Ah, here she is.
じゃあね、抜けこ。
Miss Amado waves at me and walks away. I nod and begin to head back into my room. I suddenly feel as if I'm being watched and turn around. Miss Amado is looking at me, a smile playing on the corner of her lips. It is a mischievous smile that seems to be plotting something. Then she softly moves her lips. It's not what it seems.
何が？
The truth about whether she might be cheating or not? Or the fact that she isn't very honest? Or maybe she's referring to the nickname Dummy Girl. No, I doubt that's the case. I want to ask her, but Miss Amado immediately turns and follows after Miss Takeda.
わかんねえ。
If Nao was here, she would warn me about my language, but Miss Amado's actions are too much of a mystery to me. Most likely, I shouldn't let her words get to me. Deciding not to return to my room, I walk towards the entrance and watch the two of them leave. I can faintly hear Miss Takeda's playful humming. I hadn't known she could be playful like that. It's a little unexpected, honestly. But, well...
好きな人とのデートだもんね。
Miss Takeda is walking by the dormitory with Miss Amado right behind her. They're not walking side by side, neither are they too close or too far. The distance between them is that of two people who know each other well. They really paint a picture together, I think. No wonder they were chosen as the #1 couple in high school for 3 years in a row. Somehow, they seem to exist on another plane from me.
おかえり、お姉ちゃん。
Now greets me with a smile.
はあ、なおちゃんの笑顔はほっとするよ。急にどうしたの、お姉ちゃん。なおちゃんはずっとそのままでいてね。遠くに行かないどくれ。脱妹宣言はどうなったんだろう。
Now teases and I pretend not to have heard.
大丈夫。なおはずっとお姉ちゃんの妹だよ。 なお、お姉ちゃんの特効薬だもん。なおちゃん。でもお勉強は厳しくいきます。明日のためにね。
Now smiles.
あれ、ほっとできない？
Damn.
白衣性愛情依存症。はい、それでは今日の看護総合論の授業では、
The next week we have our first group work in class.
グループワークとはただ集団で学習するだけではなく、看護師として必要なコミュニケーション能力を高めることを目的としています。これは患者さんとの対話だけでなく、病院での他の看護師や医師といった方々との対話能力も指しています。なので自分の考えをはっきりと伝えながら、相手の話もよく聞き、議論を深めていってください。
Miss Ohara continues.
それとこれから行うグループ分けのメンバーで、夏休み前に行われる病院実習にも行ってもらいます。チームワーク育んでくださいね。
She smiles as she gives us this important information.
病院実習。
Training amongst real nurses at a real hospital. For us nursing students, this will be the most valuable experience we could have. There's the possibility that all the nurses would collapse and we would be left to protect the patients. Yeah, that probably won't be happening. Even so, the jellyfish-ish part of me drifts into this daydream, causing my excitement to grow. After all, this is the workplace of my dreams. Literally. Well, in any case, teamwork between group members will be really important.
ではグループを発表します。
大事って。よろしくね。よろしく。お姉ちゃんともどもよろしくお願いします。
やらよろしくお願いするわ。
And so, these are the 6 members of our group. I can feel the gazes of people from the other groups. They're envious-ish, but seriously, come on.
では今日のグループワークの課題は心意交換です。患者さんにとってどんな意味があるのか、効率よく行うポイントは何かなど話し合ってくださいね。次の授業で発表してもらいますから、実習室を使って実際に練習もして意見をまとめるように。
Saying this, Miss Ohara leaves the rest to us students. Machi Tatsumi and Michi Tori seem friendly enough. It appears they are already friends and seem happy to be in the group. Other than that, there's Miss Takeda, who seems to hate me, and Miss Amado, who's a complete mystery to me. Handling the both of them would probably be difficult even for now. So yes, as the elder sister, I'll take the initiative and lead.
するしかない。
I shoot my hand up in the air.
じゃあ自己紹介からしてみるとかかな。
必要ないでしょ。もうみんな顔と名前は一致しているはずよ。
だよね。
I received the counterpunch full on. Miss Amado is grinning.
くそ。最初は自分たちに当てはめて話してみるのはどうかな。ね、お姉ちゃん。
Now offers tactfully. Good job now.
自分たち？
自分がどんな格好で寝てるかとか、誰かに着替えさせてもらうとしたらどんなことが気になるかとか考えて言ってみるの。
Well, if Itsuki is telling the truth and Sakia does sleep naked, this is gonna get awkward.
いいんじゃない？初期のレベル上げは町から離れずがセオリーだし。
よくわからんです、その例え。 ゲームの話でしょ。昨べも遅くまでやっていたようだし。
仮ゲーより RPG 派。知らんがな。
黙りなさい。そうね、私も自分のことから話すのに賛成だわ。私も。
As if to confirm how well they get along, Miss Tatsumi and Miss Tori speak in unison.
よかった。
Within the group, I see the invisible now stalks rising. I let out a small grunt.
いやー、偶然。私もそう言おうと思ってたんだ。先越されちゃったな。
It's my bad habit that I say things I shouldn't at times like this. She glares at me. Eeh.
自分が眠る時の格好ね。私は
Yes, Sakuya. A look of contemplation crosses Miss Takada's face. Remembering Miss Amato's words, I panic slightly, even though I know she had been joking. Perhaps noticing me acting oddly, Miss Takada asked me suspiciously,
何かしら、大崎さん。
Both Nao and I asked in unison. We are both Miss Osachi, after all. Miss Takada realizes this.
そうね。姉妹なのだから、これじゃあどちらかわからないわね。
She looks thoughtful for a moment.
アスカ。
My heart lets out a small leap just by her saying my first name.
仕方ないでしょ。あなたも私のことは昨夜でいいわ。
じゃあ私もいつきで。
昨夜ちゃん、いつきちゃん。ちゃんはやめて。
Miss Takada narrows her eyebrows. Does she consider nicknames to be childish?
お姉ちゃん、なおはずっとなおちゃんがいいな。
Perhaps sensing the tension or completely unaware of it, Nao blurts this out suddenly. Well played. So, what should I call Miss Takada?
昨夜か。
Call her Sakya. Well, she's saying that it's alright.
わかった。ただ呼び捨てはちょっとなんなので。昨夜さん、いつきさん、なおちゃん。
Now grins, seeming oddly happy about something. Miss Takada seems a little dissatisfied about the Miss thing, but she says nothing. After all, she has her aura of being above earthly concerns to think about. As for Miss Tatsumi and Miss Tori,
私たちもちゃんでいいよ。
once again, they speak in unison, and so ultimately we decide to call them with just their first names. Miss Takada, now to be called Miss Sakuya, speaks up once again.
眠る時の格好。
Yes?
そうね。私のはワンピースで、おそらく入院生活には向かないわ。
ちなみにレース付き。
おお、レース付きワンピース。お嬢様っぽい。
量じゃちょっと浮いてる。本人気づいてないけど。ほら姫だから。
なるほど。聞こえているわよ。別に浮いてなんかいないわ。
そうだっけ。私はまあ適当かな。たまに裸で。
あんただったんかい。
Yeah. In response to Miss Itsuki's words, Machi and Michi let out squeals of delight. Well, they're giving her the response she wants.
なおたちは色違いのお揃いだよね。セパレートの普通のパジャマ。
In such a way, we talk about our nightwear and what we would do if we were hospitalized.
でも学校でパジャマの話を真面目にするってなんか不思議だね。
人が人らしく生活するための衣食住に関わる大事な話よ。特に入院患者にとっては一日全部をそれで過ごすのだから。
だよね。
A sigh escapes Misakia's lips. I've grown used to her exasperation with me.
教科書に心意交換も書いてあるけれど、まずはそれに頼らず話し合いましょう。
Misakia suddenly raises the bar for us with her statement.
すぐ攻略本に頼るのもね。
Once again, Miss Itsuki seems to be making references to gaming.
ではアスカ、あなたから。
いえ。
どうして驚くの？心意交換において何がポイントと思うか話して。
お姉ちゃん、ファイト。
Now quietly sends me a few words of encouragement. Pajamas, pajamas, what to pay attention to when changing the patient's pajamas. It must be important to think of it from the patient's perspective. If I were a patient, what would make me happy? Alright.
ポイントは褒める。
は？
浴衣似合ってますねとか、可愛いパジャマですねとか。
Huh.
なんだろう、この空気。
一歩間違えれば皮肉ね。毎日変わり映えのない病院のシーンを着ている相手に。
Misakia responds coldly. Everyone seems to agree with this assessment. Machi and Michi are nodding.
皮肉っぽいかも。
Hey, aren't you two a little too easily swayed?
でも患者さんの中には真意に気を使ってる人もいるはずだよ。そんな人には褒めてあげると喜んで気持ちよく応じてもらえるんじゃないかな。だからナオはお姉ちゃんの意見いいなって思う。
No support.
ありがてえ。
Incidentally, the points for changing nightwear mentioned in the textbook are a consideration of the patient's privacy and careful monitoring of the temperature of the room. Nowhere do they mention complimenting the patient for having adorable pajamas. Even after that, whenever I would say anything, Miss Akia would sternly point out the flaws in my argument. Even during our group practice at the training room, this continued. And continued. And continued.
ヘロヘロ。
After school, I walked through the hallway like a zombie or a ghost.
大幸さん？
From behind me, I hear Miss Ohara's voice.
あ、先生。
どうしました？元気がないようですけど、グループ練習で疲れましたか？
はい。っていうか、主に心が。
I swallow my words. Miss Ohara watches me blankly. Miss Ohara, the white-robed angel, the nurse that I want to be just like. I don't want someone like that to see me now in my worn-out state. I look so uncool. But was there ever a time that I was cool? Probably not.
グループワークうまくいかなかったんですか？
I shake my head ruefully.
ダメダメでした。
I laugh and Miss Ohara smiles gently.
まだ始まったばかりです。少しずつ進めばいいと思いますよ。
そうですか。
ええ、大幸さんはいい伸びしろを持っていると先生は思っていますから。
Miss Ohara's words warm my heart a little.
私、成長できるのかな。
できます。しっかり頑張れば。
看護師になれるのかな。
なれます。きっと。
ナイチンゲール賞取れるのかな。
取れまえ
Miss Ohara looks surprised and a little amused. I stare at her. Miss Ohara says,
頑張りましょう、大崎さん。
"Oh, you shouldn't talk about awards near her." I nod, and then I make my confession for the first time.
私、先生が目標なんです。先生みたいな看護師になりたいって。
The next second, huh? Miss Ohara's expression seems to change for a split second, as if she were suppressing pain.
私なんて目指すほどじゃないですよ。
でも、
Perhaps in response to my confusion, Miss Ohara explains gently.
これから大崎さんは病院実習でたくさんの看護師と会います。その中には先生より目標にするにふさわしい先輩看護師がいくらでもいるっていう、そういう話です。もちろん先生も精一杯協力しますけどね。
Miss Ohara's words help me better comprehend her meaning. However, I decide it's for the best not to tell her that as far as I'm concerned, she'll always be my role model.
ありがとう先生。元気出ました。
はい、ではまた明日。
Yes, Kaide. Perfect role model. She grins. Flashing her angelic smile, Miss Ohara walks away. Watching her from behind, I decide to try my best to follow in Miss Ohara's footsteps. Somewhere from within Miss Ohara's clothes, an envelope falls and flutters to the floor in front of my feet. I pick it up and read the words on the front.
辞職願い。
なんでもありません。
She moves with lightning speed. Right after, or perhaps even as I read the words, Miss Ohara, who had walked away, appears in front of me again in a split second. She quickly takes back the envelope I had picked up. Huh, I don't understand what's going on. Letter of resignation? Resignation. Declaration of her intent to quit her job. Her job as a nursing teacher.
先生、辞めるの？
Even as I cannot seem to fully grasp the situation, I feel my eyes begin to burn.
違います。
Miss Ohara firmly denies the suggestion.
でもそれって。
Miss Ohara appears to want to put it away in her breast pocket immediately. But as if resigning herself to the fact that I'd seen it, she continues to hold the envelope in her hands. As I remain unable to say anything further, all I can do is feel my vision beginning to blur.
これは。先生。
I remain unable to do anything but gaze at Miss Ohara with watering eyes. A small sound escapes Miss Ohara's lips.
これは拾ったんです。そうなんです。落ちてたのを先生が拾ったんです。
Okay, so then who's resigning? We only have like what? One teacher and that's you?
それだけなんです。それ以外の何者でもないんです。私のものじゃないんです。だから気にしないでください。ああ、誰のだろうこれ。名前書いてないからわかんないですね。困った。だから他の誰にもこのことは言わないでください。
Miss Ohara smiles. I remain in a daze.
言わないでください。
Miss Ohara smiles and smiles and smiles and smiles and smiles. But all at once I feel a bulldozer-like rush of pressure from her. Okay, I won't.
はい。言わないです。
Miss Ohara's relief is palpable. I feel almost as if I could touch it with my hands.
それ です。はい、いいんですよ。
先生。
Not fully understanding what's going on, in the end, there's only one thing I want to confirm.
はい。
先生は先生辞めないですよね。
In response to my words, Miss Ohara says,
はい。
and there seems to be both laughter and something close to tears in her expression.
白衣性愛情依存症。
One day at the end of May,
ごめんねお姉ちゃん。
Now, whom I usually always go home with after school, comes to me.
解剖生理の先生に手伝ってほしいことがあるって頼まれちゃって、断れたらよかったんだけど。いいよいいよ、行ってきて。なおちゃん先生に人気あるもんね。
During high school, Nao's popularity with the teachers was the stuff of legend. According to stories, it caused teachers to fight over her in the staff room. She was also popular with the older students, I recall.
なるべく早く終わらせて帰るから。うん。折りたたみ傘持ってるよね。今日雨降るらしいから。入ってるよ。ほら。
I slapped my bag to show her. Outside the window, I could see clouds have gathered. It looks like it might rain at any time, even though it's still a little early for rainy season.
じゃあね。後で。
Saying this, I step out of the classroom first. I turn around and see that Nao's watching me with a reluctant and somewhat lonely expression on her face. I laugh and wave my hand to show her it's alright. By the time I walk from the classroom to the front entrance, it's already started to rain. And with quite some force.
わあ、これは梅雨の雨じゃないな。
There seems to be a wind as well, and the sky appears restless.
嵐でも来そう。
Not that I meant it metaphorically, but speak of the devil.
嵐が来た。
Misaki is standing there at the front entrance, and my mind makes a mean little connection. If I told her, she'd get angry for sure. I'll keep it a secret. Misaki glances over at me for only a second before looking forward again.
じゃあ。
She spreads open the umbrella in her hand and, not paying any heed to me, walks off into the rain. Misaki is on her own as well. Miss Itsuki, whom she always goes home with, isn't here today. But I guess things like that happen. I don't give it much thought as I take the fold-up umbrella out of my bag and open it. A small yawn escapes my lips. Recently, I haven't been sleeping much. Of course this is due to my studies. Of course. After all, I have my own live-in tutor now.
帰ったら、なおちゃん戻ってくるまで昼寝でもしてよっかな。
Saying this, I step out into the rain. A harsh wind blows and carries my umbrella away from my grasp, sending it floating into the air. It lands on the road in front of the school. A truck rushes across, running it over. Rest in peace, umbrella. I stare in a stunned daze. As the hard rain falls at an angle, I stand there for a while. What just happened? Just then,
何をぼーっとしているの？
I hear Misakia's accusing voice. Misakia walks over towards me, then grabbing my arm, she pulls me beneath the eaves of the main entrance.
バカね。濡れてしまっているじゃない。
見てた。
ええ、あなたが声を上げたところから一部始終をね。どうするの？
どうするって。
For a second, I don't understand what she means. A small sigh escapes Miss Sakia's lips.
入っていきなさい。私の傘に。
相合い傘のお誘い、咲夜さんから。
What an extraordinary turn of events. Okay. Accept.
ありがたく。
Why is she talking like this? Deciding to take advantage of her offer, I bow my head deeply. Miss Sakia narrows her eyebrows.
やめて、傘くらいで。
Is she blushing?
まったく。
いやー、助かったです。ありがとう。
放っておけなかっただけよ。アスカ、もっとこっちに寄りなさい。
でももう結構濡れちゃってるし、寄ったら咲夜さんまで。
何度も言わせないで。ほら。
Prompted by Miss Sakia, I draw closer to her. Our arms touch. For a while, we walk in silence. Miss Sakia doesn't try to force conversation. The only sounds that enter my ears are the rain pounding on the umbrella and the occasional car driving by. Alone with Miss Sakia, and at such a close distance, walking next to each other in silence. The girl who, even if she doesn't hate me, doesn't particularly like me. I should be nervous.
なんでだろう。全然平気。
平気？何が？
In response to my whisper, Sakia asks this suspiciously. I shake my head from side to side.
なんでもないよ。今日は一緒じゃないんだね。
ああ、いつき？
うん。
別にいつも一緒のわけではないわ。いつきならクラスの子たちに捕まっていたわね。
Miss Itsuki really is popular. She had also been approached that time at our dorm. But Miss Sakia doesn't seem to be worried at all. I guess they trust each other. They are lovers after all.
咲夜さん、髪からいい香りがする。
Nursing students are discouraged from wearing perfumes or strong-smelling cosmetics. Apparently it doesn't matter much when you're a student, but when you're a nurse and you interact with patients, it's not very good manners to have a strong scent. So Miss Sakia doesn't seem to be using anything like that. But her hair still has a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Since she's a high-class girl, I think about how she probably uses really good shampoo.
学校はどう？
大変だよね、看護学生って。勉強、テスト、レポート。
そうね。医師とは違うけれど、私たちも患者の命を預かることがある仕事だから当然だわ。慢性的に看護師の数は不足しているけれど、だからといって基準を緩くすることもできない。
なるほど。
なんだか真剣味が足りないわね、あなたは。
そんなことは。
看護師の死亡理由がわからないというのは？
ああ、それ。話しても笑わない？
ええ。
And so I tell her about the career aptitude survey, about the picture book, and about the scribbling on the last page.
そういうことって、咲夜さんもある？咲夜さん？
ああ、ごめんなさい。そうね。私はないけれど、確かに人によってはありそうだわ。でもそこから本当にその夢を追おうというのは珍しいと思うわ。変わってる。
なんか私変人みたい。
そう言ったのよ。
ええー
There's a composed expression on Miss Sakia's face. With the sound of the rain around us, there's something comforting about us conversing like this.
咲夜さんはそれが私のすべきことなのだって言ってたけど。
なのだとは言ってないでしょ。
でもノリはそんな感じだったよ。バーンって。
ポポン。
幼い頃、長い間入院していたことがあったわ。その頃、看護師の方々によくしていただいて。
だからいい話。
それだけでもないけれど、そういうことよ。
へえ。
I feel a sense of admiration for her. I turn my gaze ahead of us. Beyond the confines of our umbrella, I can see the rain clouds. The girl who chased stars. Perhaps my next words are because I had talked about the world of stars in my picture book.
今夜は星が見えそうにないね。
そうね。残念だわ。
残念って。あ、咲夜さん星を見るのが好きなの？
嫌いではないわね。というか、星を見るのが嫌いな人はそういないでしょ。
うん、確かに。
アスカは星を見るのが好きなの？
好きだけどあまり見ないかな。
それは不思議ね。どうしてかしら。
いや、だって見るとうわー遠いなーって思っちゃって。
ああ、それはわかるわ。
本当？
でもそれは普通のことよ。
そうだけど。
With a somewhat gloomy expression on my face, I look at Miss Sakia. Her face is composed as always. I can't help but think how beautiful she is. A star. That small star that I saw when I first met her. What had that been? Part of me wants to ask her, while another part thinks now is not the right time. We arrive at our dorm.
ありがとう。
ずいぶん濡れているわ。早く部屋で着替えなさい。
そうする。
Parting ways, I head to my room. Miss Sakia and Miss Itsuki's room is on a floor above ours, so she walks to the stairs and I walk over to in front of my door. Usually I leave locking and unlocking the door to now, so now I go to pull out my key that has hardly seen any use. I go to pull it out, but...
あれ？あれ？ここの小さなポケットに。あれ？
It's not there. It's not in the place that it's supposed to be. Did I drop it somewhere? Did I leave it in our room? When was the last time I used it?
全然覚えてない。
Stupid me for relying so much on now. What should I do? Just as I consider how this is a case of my chickens coming home to roost.
何をしているの？
From a little distance off, near the front of the stairs, I hear Miss Sakia's voice, perfectly and completely exasperated. That makes two of us. And so...
さっさと入りなさい。
お邪魔します。
I hesitantly enter. In this manner, I step into Miss Sakia and Miss Itsuki's room. Once again stating that she can't abandon me, I'm invited by Miss Sakia, or more accurately, I'm ordered by her to enter their room to dry myself. As we live in the same dorm, the basic structure of the room is the same as ours, but of course, since it's someone else's room, the feel is different. It may be just my imagination, but there seems to be a scent of opulence in the air. Oh, there's also a gaming console. Feeling bad about stepping into the room with wet feet, I stand near the entrance.
タオルを貸すわ。早く服脱ぎなさい。風邪ひくわよ。
Saying this, Miss Sakia brings her own bath towel along with an extra one. She holds it out to me. I take it. The bath towel seems to be of high quality, but when I hold it, I can feel the difference in texture from my regular towel. I look and see that Miss Sakia has begun to swiftly undress. My presence does not seem to bother her in the slightest. Well, I guess that's understandable.
じゃあお借りするね。
I begin to remove my clothes. I consider what to do with the clothes I remove, but decide to just let them fall to my feet for now. I dry my body with the bath towel. Its absorption qualities are amazing. I want it. And most likely, it'll cost me an arm and a leg. As I dry my body, I cast a glance towards Misakia. The outline of her body and profile. Her breathtakingly white skin. What can I say? I can't help myself from admiring it.
何？ジロジロ見ないで。
The accusation in Miss Sakia's voice brings me back to myself.
さくやさんって肌綺麗だね。
I tell her with heartfelt admiration. Miss Sakia's cheeks flush slightly, and she puts on her nightwear as if to quickly hide her skin. I hope she's not too wary of me now. Ah, her lacy nightgown.
変なこと言っていないで。今シャツを持ってくるわ。
え、いいよそんな。
その格好で部屋まで戻る気？濡れた服を着て戻るわけにもいかないでしょ？
でもその気でいたけど。
Having her lend me her clothes seems to be going a little too far.
そんなことさせられないわ。黙って待っていて。
Miss Sakia says this as if to scold me, then she walks over to her closet. I wait where I stand, somehow feeling jittery. Then Miss Sakia opens the closet door and takes out a single shirt. She walks over to me as I stand near the entrance and holds out the shirt to me. It's a thin, classy blouse. It must belong to Miss Sakia.
これを着なさい。下も今。
Saying this, Miss Sakia thrusts it out to me.
ありがとう。
I take a step forward and reach out my hand. I feel a cold sensation beneath my feet. It's my wet clothes that I had dropped onto the floor, my jacket. I'm slipping. My feet are slipping. Losing my balance, I use all the strength in my feet to try and stop myself. It has the opposite effect. I end up kicking my wet jacket into the air with my foot, and my body falls forward into Miss Sakia's arms. I fall. Clutching onto each other, we tumble to the floor. Hitting my hip, for a moment I feel a throbbing pain, but such thoughts quickly flee my mind. When I realize it, her face is at an incredibly close distance to mine. I swallow nervously. I find myself lying completely on top of her, as if I had pushed her down. We're so close that I can see my own reflection in her eyes. I can hear her breathing. It's so close I can almost touch it. For a short moment, I cannot think of anything. My mind is blank, as if I have been shot out into outer space. Weightless?
近い。
I can reach out my hand.
星に。
No.
なのに。
I don't know how long I remained like that, but I suddenly returned to my senses.
あれ？私今何を考えて。
Then, even as I think this, I begin to comprehend my situation. With all my strength, I have pushed down Miss Sakia, and I'm continuing to hold her down. Not only that, it appears as if I'm trying to force her to kiss me. It's an unfortunate accident, but of course I doubt there's any way Miss Sakia will forgive me. Will she kill me? Panic. Miss Sakia's mouth begins to make small movements. I cannot hear what she's trying to say. A scolding? Verbal abuse? A death sentence? Then, for some reason, a translucent expression appears on Miss Sakia's face.
強引ね。
I feel a slight sense of nostalgia.
いや、そうじゃなくて。あ、ごめん。
My body's freed from its rigor in response to Miss Sakia's words, and I try to separate our bodies. Simultaneously, there's a oh no. There's the sound of the door opening, and who else would choose this moment to enter but...
おっ
とこれは。へえ。
Her voice is immediately amused. To make matters worse,
お姉ちゃんが咲夜さん押し倒してる。
enter now. Why?
言っておくけど、うちの昨夜は安くないぜ。
自分の彼女を売り物みたいに言うのはやめてちょうだい。
Miss Sakia seems completely calm. Impressive as always, but a grown-up.
どうしよう、お姉ちゃんが悪い子に。
No, this is a misunderstanding.
どうでもいいけれど、アスカ、私の胸に置いてる手をどけてもらえる？
I've been caught red-handed. Afterwards, returning to her room,
まあそんなことだろうなって分かってたよ。
from the start, it appears now had basically understood what had happened with a single glance. As for my key, it had fallen onto the floor near the side of our beds.
今後は忘れないようにするよ。そうしてください。お姉ちゃん体冷えてるでしょ。お茶入れるね。
Now goes to the kitchen.
あ、でもなんでいつきさんと？帰り道でたまたま一緒になったの。グループワークのこととかあるし、話しながら寮まで帰ってきて、いつきさんが参考になる方持ってるからってそれを借りにね、部屋に寄ったんだ。おお。
It all makes sense now. Now talks as she boils the water.
いやー、でもあの人は手強いね。おお、なおちゃんにそこまで言わせるとは。ほんと読めないっていうか。だね。
And so, as we wait for the tea to finish, we let the time pass with now talking about Miss Itsuki and me talking about Miss Sakia. The warm tea works amazingly on my cold body. June. The rainy season is a dreary time. Light rain falls outside the window.
ですので、血圧測定は毎日行うのが理想的です。特に入院している患者さんの血圧を含めたバイタルを毎日測定するのは基本中の基本で。あ、来た。
It happens during our class on blood pressure measurement in the training room.
やっぱり今年もか。
To be honest, I'm fed up. The onset of a headache, it's still alright, but I can feel it'll probably begin around the end of class. I consider how long I've had this problem, these light headaches that come every year during rainy season. I've heard stories about how it has something to do with the change in barometric pressure.
帰ったらなおちゃんにおまじないしてもらおう。
The healing forehead we had talked about once we were in bed. Remembering this, I laughed slightly. Now, who had gone to Miss Ohara to ask a question, looks at me and cocks her head.
お姉ちゃん？
I shake my head to tell her that it's nothing.
頭痛？鋭い。帰ったらお願いしちゃおっかな。癒しのおでこ。任せて。
Now also lets out a small laugh. The rainy season is gloomy and I dislike headaches, but I like having Now do her magic charm on me. Now is my miracle drug. The first time I'd said that to Now was a very long time ago. Even with my bad memory, I remember it clearly. I won't forget that precious moment.
いつき、そこ、もう少しきつめに。
こう？
それではきつすぎるわ。ステートが入る隙間ないでしょ。
Miss Saka and Miss Itsuki are practicing on a big meter separate to ours.
指に本分入るくらいだっけ？
そう。それにマンシェットを巻く位置をもう少し。
ああ、下の方が良さげだね。オッケー。仲いいなぁ。
Ever since that day, I find my eyes following Miss Sakia unconsciously. Drizzling rain falls outside the window, its sound not reaching inside the classroom. And so, the sound of rain in my head is that of the day I had walked home with Miss Sakia.
どんなに元気に見えても、ちょっとした体温や血圧の変化で体調の異変をいち早く知ることができます。毎日変わり映えしないのに、なんて思って測定している患者さんもいるかもしれません。しかし、そういう方にはなぜ必要なのかをきちんと説明して理解していただけるようにしてくださいね。
Miss Sohara's voice wafts through classroom like peaceful music.
先生は先生辞めないですよね。
はい。
Since then, Miss Sohara has shown no sign of acting different.
封筒どうなったのかな。それでは、なおちゃん。
After school, we have returned to our room. The ceremony for the magic charm begins with us sitting on our knees, facing each other. I first sit on my knees on the floor and wait for Now. The room is quiet, my head throbs slightly. The rain has grown stronger, and even in our room you can hear it softly now.
ちょっと待ってね。
Now, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, wipes her hands and walks over.
お待たせ。
Saying this, Now sits on her knees so close to me that our kneecaps are basically touching.
よろしくお願いします。
I make this dramatic pronouncement and bow my head. Now lets out a small laugh.
今年で何回目だろうね。そうだね。1年に2、3回じゃ済まなかった年もあるし。ねえ、お姉ちゃん。
Now speaks in a low voice that has a slightly mischievous ring to it.
何、なおちゃん。たまには違う姿勢でしてみよっか。
Even as she says this, Now takes my hands and pulls me toward herself. Slowly, she falls onto her back. With my hands being pulled, I fall forward until naturally I end up in a position where I could be said to be covering or pinning down Now as she lies on the floor.
なおちゃん。
She's under my body. Now looks up at me. The look in her eyes suggests she wants to say something. Although the magic charm hasn't even started yet, for a moment I forget all about my headache. I can feel Now's body heat where our skin touches. Now's body temperature has always been higher than mine, and so apparently summer has never been her favorite season. Huh, maybe body temperature didn't have anything to do with it. Now opens her mouth.
これでおでこ合わせたらキスしてるみたいかな。かも。しちゃおうか、お姉ちゃん。姉妹でキス。おまじないの前に。よくないことなんじゃないかな、それは。
Of course, it doesn't make me feel unpleasant in any way. Now lets out a small laugh.
だね。
For some reason, Now's eyes seem slightly moist. I don't want to. No, don't make me do it.
まあ、でも、しちゃってもいいかな。
I think this, as if my consciousness were being sucked away to somewhere else. After all, no part of me resists the idea of kissing Now.
妹とキス。
Now's hand reaches out towards my head, as if to examine the headache. as if to embrace my head. Nao's hand touches my hair and it tickles slightly. There's a static energy between the two of us, almost like something magnetic.
惹かれる。
Then Nao says,
ブ
oink. Her hand moves towards the tip of my nose and her index finger prods my nose up slightly. I am now sporting a pig nose.
ー。
Nao lets out a giggle.
なんて。たまにはちょっと違う演出を入れてみました。お姉ちゃん。
Speaking playfully, she sits up. Huh? Dazed, I follow her lead and sit up as well.
やろっか、お姉ちゃん。おまじない。サクッとね。
As she says this, Nao has already returned to her usual self.
おでこ出して。
Yeah, I don't know.
あ、うん。
Obediently, I extend my forehead towards Nao. Nao also leans her body forward and brings her forehead towards mine. Our foreheads touch. I close my eyes. I can hear the sound of the rain again, and her voice.
ケデントにマーヤ。泣いたい泣いたい。
Make the pain go away, backward. Nao's voice as she says the magic charm.
なんだったのかな、さっきの。
Thinking such thoughts, I have a hard time concentrating on the magic charm. But it's still just as effective. Nao has done it again. Whenever I need it, Nao's my miracle drug.
甘えすぎかな、私。
After the magic charm finishes, I mutter these words, and Nao grins.
まあ、ナオはスイートシスターですから。
Sweet sister! Sweet? Don't I know it? Nao serves us homemade panna cotta for our afternoon snack. She said she made it in 5 minutes, but I'm impressed by the quality. It's sweet and...
なるほど。ナオちゃん味。
it makes sense. I am impressed. Nao blushes slightly. What is going on?
白衣性愛情依存症。
Sweet sister! That day, a storm comes. Oh no, the weather outside is the usual cloudy, rainy season sky. No, the storm is caused by Miss Ohada's words at school, in the training room.
それでは本日の基礎看護技術の授業では症状排泄を行います。
Murmurs chorused throughout the classroom. There was even something like a cry of dismay. Truly a storm.
入院している患者さんにはベッドから動けず症状排泄しなければいけない方も多くいます。看護師にとってその介助や後始末も大事な仕事ですから。患者さんの心理や実際のところを知るために今日は皆さんに症状排泄を体験してもらいますね。
Oh boy. Miss Ohada flashes her angelic smile.
ベッドの中で。おし、
それでは皆さん準備始めましょうか。
Sorry.
ベッドの中で。おしっこする。だと。
それでは皆さん準備始めましょうか。
In an environment where our classmates are close by. I cry out faintly in a stunned voice.
そういう授業があるって聞いてたけど、恥ずかしいね。やりたくない。
ダメよ。大事な授業だもの。でもついに来たという感じね。
Miss Sakia mutters in a very serious voice.
姫は入院経験あるし、やったことあるんじゃない？
それとこれは違うわ。周りにクラスメイトがいる中で行うのはさすがに。
そんなもんかね。
何？ あなたは平気なの？
とりあえず夕べイメトレ100回やって慣れたつもり。
それなら私もしたわ。
And so we receive an explanation of exactly how the training will go down. It turns out we won't actually be having to pee in bed with our classmates watching. What relief. The curtains of each individual bed will be closed and the student will lie down on the bed alone. Then, removing their underwear, they'll place the bedpan between their legs. And then they'll just let it flow.
では、そこのベッドでは大幸あすかさんから行ってください。
Designated by Miss Ohara, there's nowhere for me to run.
お姉ちゃん頑張って。たかがおしっこだよ。
Receiving this form of encouragement from now. I awkwardly pass the curtain and walk to the bed. I lie down.
誰にも見られてないのは分かってるけど。リラックスリラックス。何にも考えずにただおしっこすればいいだけなんだから。って無理です。カーテンで見られてないってもちょろちょろって音周りに聞こえたりするかもしれないし。
This is why I hate using a public bathroom, by the way.
おなら出ちゃったらとか考えると、そもそも全然力抜けないし。
Oh my god. Around me, the training room is not buzzing with voices, but there's an odd tension in the air.
しなきゃ。おしっこしなきゃ。
The more I think that I need to, the less I can. Time continues to pass, and I can hear the voices from the other beds of those who finished. Voices saying things like, that was tiring, and it's emotionally draining, but they've finished and are moving on to the next students.
私も早くしなきゃ。
そこ、隣のベッドが空きましたね。武田さん、そちらを使ってください。
Wait,
はい、先生。
I hear Miss Sakia's voice. It's because I'm taking forever.
毎日してることなのに。
I had no idea that just by the environment changing, it could become so difficult. In the end, I cannot bring myself to pee, and Miss Ohara says,
そこのベッド、時間かかりすぎです。大幸さん、交代してください。
Hearing that voice, I get out of the bed. Stepping out from the curtain, I see that Miss Sakia had already finished and returned. Maybe all her visualization had worked. Now is also standing there with a worried look on her face.
お姉ち
I smile in an attempt to hide my blushes.
ゃん。やっぱ無理だよ。ベッドっておしっこする場所じゃないもんね。
できなかった人も、患者さんはそれくらい抵抗を感じることもある行為だということを覚えてくださいね。だそうよ、アスカ。はい。
On one fair weather weekend during rainy season,
いつきさんだ。
Nao and I had gone near the station to shop. When we arrived back at the dormitory, we see her there. She's standing a little inside the thicket near the dormitory. Miss Itsuki appears to be talking to someone on her smartphone. There's an expression on her face that I've never seen before. Serious? Grave? I can't hear what she's saying from where we're standing. I wonder who she's talking to. Miss Itsuki notices our presence and says something into her smartphone before ending the call. She raises one of her hands and approaches us from the thicket.
こんにちは、いつきさん。
や、大幸姉妹。今の見てた？
電話してたんだ。
ちょっとね。姫には聞かれたくない内緒の話。
You cheating on her? The princess refers to Miss Sakia. She says this meaningfully, but I can't take her at face value. After all, this is Miss Itsuki we're talking about.
二人とも聞いてた？
ここまで聞こえないよ。距離あるもん。
そっか、それよかった。
よかった？
もし聞かれてたら、あんたたちをあれしなきゃいけないところだったのさ。
Excuse me?
あれって？何あれって？
あれはあれだよ。あれを何してそれするんだ。やばい相手との電話なんでね。
ひえ。お姉ちゃん、いつきさんもそういうのはダメだよ。
おっと。
Now breaks to tension. Miss Itsuki shrugs her shoulders apologetically.
ま、ただのダチよ。ちょっと揉めてさ。
She says as if the topic no longer interests her. The end of June. I'm relieved upon hearing on the TV that this year the rainy season will end earlier than last year. On one particular day, I first noticed it during the morning basic nursing skills training.
お姉ちゃん？どうしたの？あ、ううん。
I shake my head to say that it's nothing, but it continued even into the afternoon. Going home, I walk next to Nell.
お姉ちゃん、何か考え事？今日様子変だよ。ああ、うん。それはね。
I abruptly stop walking. I spin around to look behind me, then I continue to eye my surroundings.
やっぱり気のせいかな。お姉ちゃん？いや、なんか今日ずっと誰かに見られてる気がしてて。
Now looks surprised.
いや、わかんないんだけど、気のせいっぽいんだけどね。
I flap my hand as if to wave off the notion. It's true, though, that for a while I've had the sense that someone has been watching me closely. If I told this to most people, they would say I was just imagining things, but... Not now. She lowers her voice with a worried expression on her face.
それって、ストーカーとか。
A stalker. Even though a similar thought had crossed my mind, I hadn't been able to say the word. I had thought going there would be overthinking things.
いやー、それはないよ。だってそんなことされる心当たりないもん。でも、いつきさんとかさくやさんとかならわかるけど。
I consider how they probably have passionate fans, especially Miss Itsuki.
私なんて相手にしないよ。モテたことないし。そんなことないよ。なおちゃん？
Now suddenly raises her voice, frightening me.
お姉ちゃん、なおにモテモテだよ。え？あ、どうも。
I blush slightly.
もし一緒に暮らしてなかったら、なお、絶対お姉ちゃんストーキングしてるもん。
Now, please.
いやいやいや、しちゃダメでしょ。するもん。
Now is suddenly acting stubborn. From what I remember, this wasn't what we were originally talking about, but in any case, it takes quite some time to restore Nao's mood. In the end, for some reason, I've even promised her that we'll sleep in the same bed tonight. Nao's smiling with satisfaction, and I'm not entirely sure how things ended up this way. Even as this goes on, the entire time I continue to feel as if someone is watching me from somewhere. We return to our dorm. Later that night. Tonight, there's a beautiful starry sky.
お姉ちゃん、夕食できたよ。今日は肉じゃが。肉じゃが好き。人参さん多めだよ。
人参嫌い。
I was waiting for her to be like, carrot! Now laughs dryly in response to the declaration of my hatred for the vegetable.
ダメだよ。しっかり食べなきゃ。体にいい栄養いっぱい入ってるんだか。
Now's words abruptly finish at an odd point. Huh? Now quickly turns and rushes to the window before throwing the curtains open. And then...
やっぱり。お姉ちゃん、感じてた視線って、あれじゃないかな。
Saying this, she points outside the window. Now asks me if she wants me to go with her, but I tell her it's alright. I step out alone to the front of the dorm. I recognize who it is immediately. In the shadow of the electricity pole, dressed in a white uniform, she's crouching down as if to hide herself, but doing a horrible job of it. Now had said she felt someone was watching our room, but that's an understatement of how sharp she had been. I clear my throat quietly, drum up my courage, and call out to her.
大原先生。
In a strangled voice of surprise, the person wearing the white uniform spins around towards me. Why is she wearing her white uniform? For a moment, such puzzling thoughts crossed my mind.
あら、大崎さん。課題、はかどってますか？
Miss Ohara gives me a smile, her angelic smile. It's most evidently Miss Ohara who's there, wearing her white uniform, nurse's cap, and her smile. I'm filled with admiration for this ideal nurse standing in front of me. Putting aside the fact that she's hiding suspiciously in the shadow of an electricity pole near our dorm. But not even I can put that aside.
それじゃあ先生行きますね。また明日学校で。
Miss Ohara spins around and attempts to walk off. What is she doing here, and at this time of night? Then, even with my horrible memory, I recall what might make Miss Ohara so interested in what I was doing.
封筒のことですよね。
In her surprise, Miss Ohara nearly topples over. Oops. I've come to the roof of the academy with Miss Ohara. The lights of the city, the closeness of the sky.
ああ、屋上初めてだ。いい眺め。
大崎さん。
Miss Ohara says my name and I turn around. I felt a little awkward talking in front of my dorm, so I told Miss Ohara that we should talk somewhere private. She brought me here. Miss Ohara seems fidgety. I'm filled with questions such as why she's wearing her white uniform, but right now there are more important matters. The envelope from that day, the one that had letter of resignation written on it, and which she had told me not to tell anyone about. The envelope that belongs to someone who isn't Miss Ohara, as we both agreed to believe.
私、封筒のこと言ってません。誰にも。約束したし。
That's the only thing I could think of that might be worrying Miss Ohara. But I do feel a little sad. After all, this means that she hadn't trusted me when I'd promised her I wouldn't tell anyone.
そうよね。分かっているの。
Miss Ohara nods, but her expression seems to say otherwise. She does not seem convinced.
信用ないなあ、私。でも、いいですか？
何かしら。
なんで今日なのかなって。
It had been 3 weeks since I made that promise to Miss Ohara. During that time, Miss Ohara had been completely normal. In fact, it'd been enough to make me wonder what had happened to the envelope. Why had she waited until today to try and, in the loosest of terms, stalk me? Miss Ohara fell silent.
私ちょっとショックだったし。
A little is actually an understatement. I gaze directly at Miss Ohara and she seems to resign herself a little. She speaks in a small voice.
夢に見たの。
夢ってドリーム？
ええ、あの日約束したし、大札さんは約束破る子じゃないって思ってたから安心していたわ。でもね、昨べ夢に見てしまったの。大札さんが封筒のことを学校に話して、それで私が職員室で貼り付け火あぶりにされる夢。
If this ends up being her bad ending later on.
なんかすごい言葉出てきた。
それで今朝起きてからずっとどうしても不安で。
It's easy to say it's just a dream, but Miss Ohara looks honestly worried. Is it that much of a problem to have your employer find out that you were thinking of quitting? The world of grown-ups is scary. But then...
封筒ってやっぱり先生のだったんですか？
違うわ。
Stop lying. Sorry I talked over you, but stop lying.
違うわ。拾っただけよ。
Miss Ohara uses this opportunity to deny it again. Well, if she's fine with that, then so am I.
その
Nervously, Miss Ohara glances at me. Miss Ohara really does look good in her white uniform. Such unrelated thoughts cross my mind, but even after having thought it over, the only thing I can say remains the same. The same thing I had said the day after school.
私言わないです。封筒のことは誰にも。
大札さん。
だから安心してくださいって言うしかないけど、安心してほしいです。
I tell her from the bottom of my heart. I really don't care who the envelope belonged to, I just want her not to worry anymore. Miss Ohara gazes directly at me and I gaze directly back at her. Tonight the stars are beautiful in a night sky. The sky is filled with stars, stars from a world far, far away.
先生はきっと私の星で。
This is even regardless of the fact that Miss Ohara may quit her job at the academy. The cold night breeze sweeps across and Miss Ohara and I shiver simultaneously. We look at each other and let out a small laugh. The tension ebbs away slightly.
ここ寒いし、もう戻った方が。
Saying this, I attempt to head into the school building first. I walk towards the door. Just then... Grip. She clutches my hand from behind. Miss Ohara's hand's around mine. I turn around.
ダメ。
Miss Ohara has a driven look on her face.
やっぱり安心できない。
I'm astounded.
今完全に理解し合えた流れでしたよ。
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。でも私。
Miss Ohara's head droops apologetically. Somehow it reminds me of a small child. Well, if I had a dream of being crucified and burned at the stake, I might react similarly. But that being said...
でもじゃあどうすれば。
All of this is beyond me now. If now were here, she might be able to come up with a good idea, but she isn't. I consider how she may be worrying about me in our room right now. The Miss Ohara and I remained silent for a while. The sky is filled with stars, stars from a distant, distant world. A perfect night sky to gaze at with someone you admire. Miss Ohara speaks into the silence. Even in the darkness of the night, I can see her cheeks flush red.
大崎さんも誰にも言えない秘密を教えてくれたら安心できるかも。
I just want to go home. This is my second accentuated huh of the night. I consider how absurd this is, but Miss Ohara is serious. It appears this is the only solution she could think of. But come on. Miss Ohara looks downtrodden. Tell a secret.
まあそれはその
I do have a secret that I can't tell anyone and don't want anyone to find out about, but
でもそれは本当に言えない秘密で
am I really going to tell her? Am I? Tell her.
マジか
Miss Ohara's looking at me with imploring eyes. Those eyes.
本当の教えちゃう
Tell her. I reached my decision.
まあそれで先生が安心できるなら
I surrender and brace myself for the worst. I never thought I would divulge the secret under such beautiful stars, but I returned Miss Ohara's gaze directly and confidently.
わかりました教えます
Miss Ohara's expression suddenly brightens. There's no laughter in my expression.
でも絶対誰にも言っちゃダメですし絶対笑わないでください
約束するわ。
Miss Ohara swallows and nods with a serious expression on her face. I take a small breath.
それじゃ言います実は私
I tell her. And then...
まあ
Returning back inside the school building, Miss Ohara and I enter the toilet and emerge right away. She had been able to confirm my secret confession as the truth, but I'm blushing furiously now. There seems to be a look of admiration on Miss Ohara's face.
でも気にすることないわ。毛の発育具合は人それぞれだし、大人になっても生えてない人がいたって。
That's your secret?
これから生えることだって十分考えられるわ。ね。
Miss Ohara, your words of encouragement sting. However, enduring the embarrassment and sacrificing my pride as my final trump card seems to have paid off. Miss Ohara appears to have managed to calm down. Yes, I'm glad for that, sincerely. After all, that was the most important thing. I walk next to Miss Ohara in the night air, down my usual road, to and from the academy.
先生この辺で大丈夫です送ってくれるの
けど夜も遅いから。
平気です寮もう近いし
I stop walking and Miss Ohara stops as well.
ね、大幸さん。
大丈夫です私心配いりません先生こそ気をつけて帰ってください
ええ、そうね。明日からは。
はいいつも通りでこれまで通りの先生でお願いします 。
え、
はい。 いつも通りでこれまで通りの先生でお願いします。
え、
はい。 いつも通りの先生でお願いします。
え、 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 え、
はい。いつも通りでこれまで通りの先生でお願いします。
Miss Ohara smiles bashfully and gives me a small nod.
先生かわいい。
I can't help myself from thinking this, because I really do adore her. Oh no, I can hardly be my usual self anymore.
でもいっか、まだ明日じゃないし。
まだ明日じゃないわよね。
Sorry, just a moment. I have to get up. Okay, I'm back. Had to let Fred out. He likes to sleep under my bed, so... My inner voice and Miss Ohara's voice echo each other, leaving me surprised. Then... so her secret is basically, she's like going through puberty or whatever, and certain areas haven't grown hair yet. She's like, what's wrong with me? Like, that's it. Miss Ohara brushes my bangs aside with her fingers, and her lips touch my forehead. Under the starry night sky, for just a moment, the soft sensation, intimate contact. Miss Ohara quickly separates herself.
今日のお詫びとお礼と、それからお休みの挨拶。
All I can say is yeah.
おやすみなさい。また明日。
Miss Ohara walks away. There truly is no retreating figure that looks better in a white uniform than her. As I watch her walk away, the words that I had been unable to ask until now fall from my lips absentmindedly.
先生どうして白衣なんですか？
In response, Miss Ohara suddenly stops.
白
The way she just popped up. The air around Miss Ohara suddenly begins to sway violently, or at least appears to.
私ずっとこの格好？午前の実習の時から今までずっと。そんなの嘘よ。
Miss Ohara cries out into the darkness. Oops, maybe I shouldn't have told her.
でもやっぱり可愛いな。
My emotions that do not belong to my usual self. Well, it's not tomorrow yet, so I guess I'm safe. Tonight is a beautiful starry night. Eventually, July arrives, and on the first weekend, 3 p.m. Having managed to finish my essay with Nal's help, I tell her that I'm going to the convenience store and I set out from our dorm.
お、まただ。
Within the thicket, I see Miss Itsuki. She's talking on her smartphone. Once again, there's a serious, somewhat irritated look on Miss Itsuki's face, and that she doesn't show at the academy. I'm curious. Although what she had said the other day about having to do something to us dampens my enthusiasm a little, but...
取って食われるわけじゃないよね。
What interests me interests me. I can't help my own curiosity. I quietly make my way into the thicket. If she notices me, I guess I'll just have to laugh it off. The patches of fallen leaves on the ground, the smell of the summer trees.
何度も言ってる。その件は私に一任だろ。
Hearing her voice, my feet stop. Her tone is sharp.
今はスペックを見定めてる段階なんだ。せかすな。ああ、そう。これはラボにとっても大事な話だよ。わかってる。対象のデータは全部そっちに送ってるはずだ。 能力係数？数値は暫定だって話で。
Could it be computer games? Maybe she's talking about gaming.
だから強行派スミカたちのことはそっちで抑えてくれ。何言ってんの？それがヒロミの仕事だろ。こっちは失敗なんてしない。はあ？本人は何も知らないさ。のんきなもんだがそりゃそうだろ。
My heart lets out a small leap. She? Who?
ああ、やっと見つけたんだ。大幸あすかは逃がさない。
I turn around and distance myself from the thicket. When I come to my senses, I realize that I'm running. There's no time to consider whether Miss Itsuki had seen me or not. I had no idea what the conversation I had just eavesdropped on was about. I finally found you. Those were the words she had spoken to me the first time we'd met on the first day of school. I have no idea why my name was mentioned just now on the phone. And
私を逃がさないって。
what is that supposed to mean? Not really feeling like returning to my room, I walk around near the station.
例えば
Yes, for example.
いつきさんはゲームが好きだからその話を友達としてただけ。なんだっけ、ネットで遊ぶ昔ちょっとやってみようかなって私も思ったやつ。スペックとかデータとかはそれのことで、知らない名前はそのゲーム友達で。でも
I finally found her. I won't let her escape. Perhaps she's looking for more gaming friends? I like games, but if I'm honest, I suck at them. Oh no. Do you see how annoying it is? My smartphone rings. I frantically pull it out. It's a call from Miss Itsuki. After becoming group work partners, we had all exchanged phone numbers, so it isn't all that surprising she's calling, but I nervously answer.
はい。
And then there's no immediate answer. After a while, I hear her voice. It seems to echo from the depth of the earth. Oh no!
怖いんですけど。
Seriously, it's like something out of a horror film. And now she's told me to meet her in front of the academy.
すごい逃げたい。
I receive a text from Now that reads, "Are you still out on a walk?" I reply, "Yeah, sorta." I should reply that I'm heading home now and then do just that. I really should. Unfortunately, I have to stay.
いつきさん来ないし。
I toy with the idea of just going home. I mean, the invitation was pretty one-sided. It's not like I had agreed to it at all.
帰っちゃうのもあり。
Whoops. I would like to give Miss Itsuki a piece of my own mind for always being so mean to me. Such feelings began to boil up inside of me.
怖くないんだぞ、おしゃれメガネなんか。
Miss Fancy Glasses! In fact, I cross my arms and stand proudly. Whoa, I'm actually kind of cool. And then...
やあ、お待たせ。
Suddenly hearing a voice from behind me, I turn around in surprise. It's Miss Itsuki.
びっくりした。腰抜かすかと思った。
There's not a single shred of my former cool self. Miss Itsuki observes me with interest.
ふん、逃げずに待ってたんだ。
そりゃね。だって別に平気だし。
I'm completely fine, Feiku.
ですし。
ちょっと噛んだだけだよ。
I got fine and think jumbled up.
まあね、そんなのはどうでもいいんだ。そんなことより抜けこう。
Miss Itsuki gazes at me intently.
聞いたろ、私の電話。
聞いたけど、それが
何か？
それじゃあ放っておくわけにもいかないね。
Miss Itsuki's voice sends shivers down my spine. But it's too late for me to back down. Half in desperation, I press on.
でも何が何やら分かってないんだけど、私の名前とか。
She had said I finally found her.
嘘だよ。
Miss Itsuki smiles thinly.
言ったよね、初めて会った時。あれ本当。
何が？
口癖とかじゃなくて嘘だよって言ったのが本当。あれ混乱するなこれ。
嘘。
そう。
何のこと？
This time it's my turn to ask. The meaning behind it's not what it seems. Miss Itsuki answers nonchalantly.
決まってる。あんたっていう存在自体がだよ。
What?
え？いや、
Is she talking philosophically?
これじゃ分かりにくいか。そうね、こう言えば抜け子にも分かるかも。
Miss Itsuki narrows both her eyes. Her eyes seem to be simultaneously laughing and hunting down her prey.
私は知ってる。あんたも知らない。本当のあんたを。
Am I like a clone or something?
学校の近くっていい駐輪場ないんだよね。それで時間かかった。
They're goggle things. Miss Itsuki takes me to the bike parking lot that's on the way from the academy to our dorm. She leads me to a single black scooter. It's bigger than the regular sized scooters I would see on TV commercials. Apparently, it's appropriately called a big scooter.
二人乗り？
そう、バイクは咲夜が好きじゃなくてさ、ほとんど出番ないんだけど。
へえ。
It's true. I can't imagine Miss Sakia riding on the front or back of a bike. Miss Itsuki throws a helmet to me.
はい、乗って。スカート気になるならジャージの下貸すよ。あるから。
You gotta be safe while riding a scooter bike.
待って待って、なんでそういう話に？
ああ、だからちょっと距離あるんだって。歩いて行けないよ。バスとかめんどいし。
距離？
ラボまでね。気になってるんでしょ？私が言ったこと。
ラボ？
I had heard that word mentioned earlier on during her call.
昔ナオちゃんが読んでた雑誌にペットのおしゃれラボってコーナーが。
ラボラトリー、研究室、研究所、あとは秘密基地とか。
It's suddenly very easy to imagine Miss Itsuki as one of those stereotypical villains.
やっぱり今日は遠慮しようかなーなんて。
人の女カノの胸触ったくせに。
It was an accident.
あれはそういうんじゃなくて。
はいはい、ほらほら。
She slaps the back seat of her scooter.
でも私知らない人についてっちゃダメってナオちゃんから。
ガキか。まだ早い気もするけど教えてあげる。全部。
本当の私？
私は知ってるのさ。ただ覚悟はしといて。知ったら戻れないよ。
There's a mysterious quality to Miss Itsuki's voice and expression. If I was going to compare it to something, the words wicked witch somehow come to mind. I need to run away. With all my heart, I think this.
さて、どうする？
Miss Itsuki gazes at me with her blue eyes. In the end, I obediently placed the helmet on my head. Oh, I even borrowed the tracksuit bottoms to wear. In the evening, I returned to the dorm. When I open the door, I find Nao neither studying nor doing any housework. She's simply sitting on the carpet and hugging a cushion with her head lowered slightly. She must not have been doing anything other than waiting and worrying about me. Hearing the door open, she quickly raises her face.
お姉ちゃん、遅かったね。遠くまで行ってきたの？ごめんね、なおちゃん。
The lack of strength in my voice is noticeable even to myself.
どうしたの？すごい疲れてるみたいだけど、何かあった？
Now asks, but I don't have the energy to answer. I sway over towards my bed and collapse onto the mattress. I'm exhausted and spent. Now stands up and walks over next to the bed. I can see the worried expression on her face, but I cannot respond. I bury my face in my pillow and can only mutter as if I were on the verge of death. In a husky voice, I manage to push the words out of my lips.
なおちゃん。
There's hesitation in Nao's voice.
私、戻れなくなっちゃったかも。
There's no going back. She'd been telling the truth. She'd been serious. And she was usually so nonchalant with her lies.
戻れないって、お姉ちゃん？なおちゃん、窓開けて。窓？風当たりたい。お願い。
Still hesitating, Nao walks over to the window and opens it for me. The fresh summer evening breeze rushes in. It feels good. If I fall asleep like this, maybe I'll suffocate to death.
お姉ちゃん、どうしたの？何があったの？
Nao asks me from nearby the window, of course, and I...
ウィザード。おナス？
The wind brushes gently against my skin. I recall the speeding scooter, the strong wind I felt as I sat behind her. And my mind returns to what happened earlier.
ラボってどこにあるの？
ああ、年？ほら、しっかり捕まってて。
Downtown, well, that's vague.
変なところに連れて行く気じゃ。
この流れで行く場所なんて変なところに決まってる。バカじゃないの？
あっさり認めた挙句バカにされた。
ま、もうちょっと時間かけてからのつもりだったけどね。
出発する前どこかに電話してたけど。
ああ、ヒロミ？今から連れてくって言ったら驚いてた。そりゃそうか。今頃慌てて準備してるよ。
なんの？
Silence. Eek. Confusion overrides confusion in my mind, and I end up asking something odd.
このこと咲夜さんは知ってるの？
Silence again, but this time there's a different feel to it.
さーて。
Miss Itsuki evades the question. The scooter races off against the wind. I'm not clutching on tightly, but I can feel her back. Under the clear, fair, blue sky.
私改造されちゃうのかな？
Research facility. Lab. Bizarre machines. From my poor knowledge of such places, the words spill from my lips. She lets out a small laugh.
かもね。
そこは否定希望だよ。
Miss Itsuki increases the scooter's speed, and my protests are swallowed by the wind. And then, in time, the scooter arrives at some grandiose apartment building in the middle of the city.
はい、到着。秘密基地へようこそ。連れてきた。ヒロミ、準備できてる？
できてるけど、本当に連れてきちゃったんだ。ここって、あなた、何の説明も聞いてないみたいね。ごめんなさい。いや、謝られても。じゃあ、こっちに来てもらえる？大幸あすかさん。
おお、やっぱいい感じ。私が見込んだ通り。
甘党さん。
In my shock, I seem to have reverted to calling her by her last name. What's going on, and why am I wearing this mysteriously sassy outfit? It's sassy, there's no denying that it's sassy, but also really, really embarrassing.
いつきでいいって。ああ、ここじゃルシオラでも。
ルシオラ？
小説書いてる時のペンネーム。
小説で、私のこの格好って。
もちコスプレだよ、コスプレ。今うちの同人サークルで作ってるゲームのさ。世界を侵食する負の生命体バイラスと癒しの力で戦う魔法少女もの。
Cosplay. A doujin club. While I was in high school, one of the girls from the Jellyfish Club had a huge interest in those sorts of things, so I have some knowledge of them. But Verilis and a magic girl?
ポリキュアみたいな。
I need to watch that anime, by the way. It's a cartoon show they play on Sunday mornings. I know a little about it.
簡単に言ってほしくないな。魔法少女ものの系譜分かって言ってる？
She says this with a straight face, as if to scold me.
知りますかい、そんなの。
うちのサークル、もともと小説メインの文芸誌出してたんだ。文学っぽいのとか、ミステリーとか SF とか雑多に載せて。これが地味で売れなくってさ。売るのが一番の目的ってわけじゃないけど、一回くらい派手に売りたいよなって話になって。
はあ。これがその文芸誌よ。
She holds out a copy to me and I take it. On its white surface, in digital type font, are printed the words Celestial Globe number 8 and nothing else. I turn it over and in the corner it reads Black Literary House. Black Literary House. Probably the name of the club.
会議に会議を重ねた結果、ギャルギャルしたキャラ推しのゲームを作ろうと。で、いっそサークル名も変えるかってなって、それ。黒の文芸社から萌え萌えラボラトリーに改名して今に至る。
萌え萌えラボラトリー。
Black Literary House to Cutesy Laboratory. That...
ずいぶんな落差だ。待って。っていうか、あれ？ラボラトリー？
そう。というわけで。
Miss Itsuki smiles mischievously.
ようこそ我がラボへ。そして萌え萌えラボラトリーで現在開発中のタイトルこそがウィザードナースプリマ。企画シナリオは私。
プリマ？
主人公ウィザードナースに変身する小学生の名前よ。
Is that really even a name?
じゃあ、この格好、コスプレって。
変身後のプリマ。学校で初めてあんたを見たとき、 ビビッときたよ。やっと見つけたこの子だって。いやー、宣伝用の公式レイヤー探してたんだよね。やっと見つけた。そのことメンバーに話したら合わせろってうるさくて、私はもうちょっと時間かけて外堀から攻めるつもりだったんだけど。
ちょっと大事なこと聞いていい？私も知らない本当の私って。
She takes a deep breath.
それに決まってる。
Is there anything I can do but remain silent?
紹介しとくよ。そっちは佐野ひろみ、サークルの雑務と衣装制作担当。
私はもう何年も前に足洗ってたのに、あなたが無理やり婚活の合間にコスプレ衣装作りなんて最悪。
Miss Itsuki beams with pride while Miss Hiromi looks mournful. I wonder if they're friends. They look quite a few years apart. Miss Hiromi looks around Miss Ohara's age, maybe. And then I decide to confirm something I had forgotten to make sure of until this point.
いつきさんやひろみさんはオタクの人ってことでいいんだ？
Are you two nerds?
違う。だから私は足を。
In contrast to Miss Hiromi's protests, Miss Itsuki immediately nods. I guess there are some internal issues.
結構長いよ。けど知ってる人は少ないかな。あ、一応昨夜は知ってる。
I nod in understanding. I guess you can say I'm surprised, not that I knew much about her personality to begin with.
ヌケコにはさ、プリマの公式レイヤーとしてイベント出てもらうから。
待って。
This is where I must not nod. I don't want to nod.
今日のところは写真撮っておくくらいか。よし、ヒロミ、全方位から撮りまくれ。
いやー、こんなの恥ずかしい。ごめんね、大幸さん。すぐ済むから。
Miss Hiromi helplessly takes the expensive-looking camera in her hand. Did her expression just change slightly? On my way home from the secret base apartment,
おーい、生きてる？
死んだ。
ヒロミ気合入ってたな。なんだかんだであいつ好きだから。
なんか必殺技のポーズ取らされたし。
ああ、ドリルヒーリングパンチ。触れるもの皆爆砕し粉砕するっていう。
癒やす気ゼロだ。
いやー、今日は協力感謝だよ。サンキュサンキュ。
拉致られたようなもんですけど。笑いどころじゃないっす。
初めてだと緊張するかもね。でもすぐに気持ちよくなるよ。
なりたくないっす。
私が保証するよ。あんたはオタクの星になる素質を持ってる。
いらない、そんな星。
become a star for the nerds. Miss Itsuki seems to be enjoying herself, not particularly concerned with my response. Under the evening sky, she rides her scooter with me on the back. Iridescent clouds drift through the sky. The wind against my tired body feels surprisingly good. Suddenly I recall something.
スクーター、バイクの後ろとか乗るの初めてだっけ、私。
A small, tiny part of me feels...
いいかもしれないけど。
Then we arrive in front of the dorm and I get off the scooter. As we part ways,
そういや、昨夜もさ、前にヌケコと同じように ラボに連れてってコスさせたことあるんだ。
なんと。
プリマのライバルにしてパートナー、ソーサルナースエレンの。ま、ちょっと強引な手使ったんだけど。
It wasn't small. There's no way it was a small amount.
なんかそれ以来、私の趣味は見て見ぬふり決めてる。知らないみたいに。
おお。
なんでかな、楽しんでたのに。
Most likely, it's become something of a trauma for her. And probably she wants to pretend like it never happened. I feel for her.
あ、でも咲夜さんのコスプレか。似合ってたのかな。
My interest has been piqued. Seeing me in this state, Miss Itsuki lets out a small laugh and, casually waving her hand, she walks back to the dorm entrance.
じゃ、お疲れ。また誘うから。え？言ったでしょ？本番はイベントでの宣伝活動だって。じゃあね、抜け子。
マジかよ。
Now would rebuke me if she heard what I said. Then, just before she disappears into the entrance, Miss Itsuki turns around, looks at me, and says happily,
楽しみにしてて。写真できたら渡すから。
いらないよ。
I do want to, just a little. Now, with the evening wind blowing into our room, I have fallen asleep, but
お姉ちゃんうなされてる。悪い夢見てるのかな。世界が変身しなくちゃ。何の夢？
what had happened during my walk and the dream I had then, those were things that I couldn't bring myself to tell now. I mean, come on.
博愛。
It's July. It's summer. Almost the summer holidays. Before the holidays start, we have first term midterm exams, which are every bit as dreadful as they sound, but let's put that aside for now. The real treat of summer is...
では皆さん、明日はいよいよ初の病院実習ですね。
I can feel my passion rising. The dream environment for any nursing student that Miss Ohara had told us about during our first day of group work. Right now, our group work team surrounds a bed. Next to me now smiles at me, but
落ち着きなさい、アスカ。
Miss Sakia says coldly from across the bed. But even in her voice, I seem to hear a quiver of nervousness, or do I? Miss Ohara wears her usual angelic smile as she continues to speak.
明日はグループごとに病院に行ってもらいますが、その前に大事な話をします。
大事な話？
たくさんありますが、特に重要なのは2つ。
Miss Ohara's smile disappears.
まず、基本的に先生は皆さんと一緒に行動しません。
I involuntarily cry out. However, around me, similar cries can be heard. Even Machi and Michi.
そんなの不安かも。
They say in complete harmony. Impressive.
あ、そっか。グループごとに行く病院違うから。
Miss Ohara nods in response to Nao's words.
はい。それに病院で実習を行う以上、それぞれの病院には看護師の方々がいます。皆さんのことは先輩である彼女たちにお願いすることになります。一緒にいたとしても、先生は何も口出しできません。
そうなんだ。 指導役の看護師さん、どんな人だろうね。
皆さんを指導してくれる看護師はみんなベテランの方々ばかりですから心配はいりませんよ。先生も一度は顔を出しますし。
Here, Miss Ohara smiles. However, I can't stop myself from hearing the whisperings of a group nearby.
なんかさ、実習に来た看護学生泣かすのが趣味な人もいるんだって。聞いた。指導役がどんな人かで天国か地獄か変わるんでしょ。それで学校辞めちゃう子もいるって。おっかない人だったらやだな。私もやだな。
今から考えてもしょうがないさ。なるようになる。
そうね。いっそ怖いくらいの指導役が望むところね。
出た、大物発言。かっこいい。
あなたにとってもその方がいいと思うわ。普段過保護にされてるようだから。お姉ちゃん、そうなの？
Seeing Nao's dazed look, Sakura says,
あなたのことよ。自覚しなさい。ナオはスイートシスターですから。でもお姉ちゃん頑張ってます。
Sweet sister.
私たちも負けてないよね、姫。スイートさでは。
そういう話ではなくて、それと学校で姫は。
はい、今は雑談する時ではなく先生の話を聞く時ですよ。
Miss Ohara says, clapping her hands.
すみません。
I could feel Miss Sakia's eyes driving blades into my back. Why only me?
以上が1点。もう1点。これが一番大事ですが。
Everyone falls silent in response to Miss Ohara's words.
明日あなたたちは何もしません。
A small, shocked murmur spreads through the training room.
何もしない？
まだできないと言った方がいいですね。明日あなたたちがすべきことは見ることです。実際の看護の現場を、看護師の働きを。皆さん患者として病院に行ったことはあると思いますが、それだけでは見えない部分をしっかりと見ること、そしてそれを肌で受け止めて感じること。
肌で感じる。
なんかちょっとエロいね。
Itsuki. Miss Itsuki says, ignore her. Ignore her.
あいた。
Miss Sakia pinches her and she lets out a small yelp. Good.
皆さんは基礎看護技術の授業ですでにいくつか技術を学んでいますが、それらを実際に患者さんに行うのはまだ先です。ベッドメイキングや静式、血圧測定といった簡単なもので今年の秋から、現場の看護師に混ざって本格的な実習を行うのは2年の10月にある待望式以降になりますね。
待望式。
This is the first time those words have come from Miss Sahara's lips. All us nursing students know about it. How could we not? Of course, for nursing students, the final goal is to pass the national examinations and become a nurse. But before that, the capping ceremony also holds important meaning for us. Even for a jellyfishish nursing student like me, hearing those words causes me to straighten my posture. The capping ceremony. During my third year of high school, I had requested a Taito Nursing Academy prospectus. Opening the brochure, the first things that had caught my eye were several photos. They must have been taken in this academy's auditorium. In the first photo, a nursing student in her training uniform was holding a candle while a teacher in a white uniform was placing a nurse's cap on her head. In the second photo, the nursing students wearing their nurses' caps were lined up on the podium with candles in their hands. The third photo was of a single nursing student after the capping ceremony. Where one would expect an expression of happiness, tears, and smiles, I was surprised to see that wasn't the case. Written next to the photo was the nursing student's name and a short written comment. Nagisa Fujisawa, second year. I was very happy, but I realized that it was too early to celebrate. That was just the beginning. I had wondered how she might have felt at the time, and I had realized that I wanted to know. I had tried to imagine what I would feel, but could not. All I could imagine was that perhaps if I stood there, those stars far off in the distance might seem a little closer. Maybe close enough for my fingertips to touch them. Maybe.
大幸あつかさん、口が開いてますよ。
Hearing Miss Ohata's voice, I suddenly returned to the present. I hear scattered laughter throughout the training room. I quickly shut my gaping mouth and a small laugh escapes Miss Ohata's lips.
待望式に気を向けるのはもう少し先にしましょう。明日の病院実習、しっかりお願いしますね。
はい、見ます。ジロジロネチネチたっぷりと見てきます。ジロジロネチネチ。
So, is the hospital we're going to the Yurigahama one, or...
たっぷりと。
Because they just brought up Nagisa-senpai, so... hopefully?
あれ？言い方がひわーい。そんな。
心がけはいいですけれど、失礼のないように。それと、見るだけとは言っても、後でレポートにして提出してもらいますから。漫然と眺めてるだけではダメですよ。
In response to Miss Ohata's words, a rumble of complaints spread throughout the training room. A report. This word is a curse to any nursing student. And when I say curse, of course I mean a curse that robs us of our hours of sleep. Frightening, really. However, Miss Ohata continues as if not having heard our protests.
では、プリントを配ります。そこに各グループが実習で赴く病院のことが書いてありますから、よく読んでください。諸注意としては、
I listened to Miss Ohata speak with a timid expression on my face. But
待望式。
I hear her whisper from behind my seat. Miss Sakia is thinking about it too. This thought somehow makes me feel happy. We're in a similar position after all.
それまでに何人辞めているのかしらね。痛い。それは痛すぎる発言だよ。
After school finishes, we go back to our dorm. Night falls.
病院行くのどれくらいぶりかな。お姉ちゃん健康だもんね。風邪もひかなくて。梅雨の頭痛くらい？なおちゃんのおかげでそれも医者いらずだし。
Now is sitting on the other side of the table. Even as we talk, Nao's hand holding her pen continues to move. I stare absent-mindedly at the ceiling.
ちっちゃい頃木から落っこちて頭切った時も入院しなかったよね。おばあちゃんと病院は行ってたけどね。何針か縫ってもうあと残ってないんだっけ。うん、よーく見てももうわからないんじゃないかな。
Saying this, I raise my veins and Nao looks towards me.
どれどれ。
Nao leans forward and drops her face close to my forehead. She stops, as if gazing into my forehead. The distance between our two faces. The closeness.
なんか思い い出しちゃった。お姉ちゃんどうかした？ううん、もう全然わかんない。あ、ちょっと待って。まだ残ってる？お姉ちゃん、白髪発見。一本だけだけど。なんだって？
Seriously, I'm in shock.
一本だけだし抜いちゃうね。動かないで。
I feel the tugging sensation and now shows me my one white hair. How could this happen? I brood over it.
これは勉強のしすぎだ。その可能性もなくはないかもしれないというか。今日はもうしない方がいいってことだよ、なおちゃん。やっぱりそうなるんだ。私だって本当はしたい。お勉強したいよ。でもこれじゃできないよ。課題の進行状況はあれがそれであっちができないよ。これは仕方ないんだよ。仕方ないんだ。クソ。
Now lets out a single sigh as if exasperated, but then a small sardonic smile appears on our lips.
今日はこれくらいにしとこうか。明日にも備えなきゃだし。やったー。じゃ、夜ご飯用意するね。簡単におそうめんでいいかな。他は卵焼きとか。そうめん好き。あとご飯。お姉ちゃんそうめんライス好きだよね。おばあちゃん直伝です。炭水化物の摂りすぎは気をつけなきゃ。ちょっと待っててね。
Standing up, Now walks over to the kitchen laughing. Just then,
メールだ。
Now's smartphone on the table signals that she's received a text. Now returns and picks up her smartphone.
いつきさんからだ。へえ、よくメールのやり取りしてるの？別に。同じグループだからね。たまに来てそれに返信するくらい。
Now is surprisingly dry.
明日寮の前で待ち合わせして4人で行かないかだって。ああ、そういうこと。いいね。
Machi and Michi are in a different dorm, so if we were to meet up, it would be at the Seiseki Reigaoka station.
どうしたの？下の方に咲夜が緊張して寝れないって言ってるって書いてある。そうなんだ。意外。今度は咲夜さんから。いつきのメールは嘘。緊張なんてしてない。またいつきさん。本当。また嘘よ。信じてはダメ。仲良しだね、あの二人。お姉ちゃん、なおの返信してる余裕ないから、お姉ちゃんだから人のスマホで遊ばないでって言ってくれる？
I take my smartphone in my hand. Let me see. Just then, I receive a text.
咲夜さんからだ。妹に言って、いつきのメールを着信拒否させなさい。
I look up at the ceiling where the room is.
なんか楽しそうだな。もうまたいつきさんから。プリマによろしく。プリマ？なんだろう。何のことだろうね。間違いじゃないかな。
Miss Fancy Glasses. I foom. Next morning,
着いた。ここが。
This looks like the hospital, but it could be any hospital. Narrowing my eyes in the summer sunlight, I look up at the impressive building. We had met up with Miss Sakia and Miss Itsuki in front of the dorm. Machi and Michi we had met up with at Saseki Yuragaoka Station, where we had taken the train to the next town. We had arrived at the general hospital that would be the stage for our first hospital training. It's big. Shiroaigahama General Hospital, this is it. I feel a little nervous. The sweat on my forehead isn't just from the heat.
行きましょう。ナースステーションに行って挨拶しなくては。
Appearing to be her usual self, Miss Sakia begins to walk towards the building. Oh, she's so sturdy and reliable. I secretly start a conversation with Miss Itsuki.
ゆうべ寝れなかったの、咲夜さん。
ああ、張り切ってたんだろうけどね。ずいぶん遅くまで今日の。
黙りなさい、いつき。あなたたちはきちんと寝られた？
うん、夜の8時には。
それは早すぎじゃないかしら。悪くはないけれど。
食後のカモミールティーがよく効いたんだよね。おかげでスーパーぐっすり。
Miss Sakia lets out a sigh and Machi and Michi giggle. Our nervous tension seems to have dissipated a little.
それじゃ行こっか。いざ病院デビュー。言葉だけだとポジティブなんだかネガティブなんだかわかんないね。
Now lets out a small laugh.
だね。
I laugh a little as well.
はい、おはようございます。帝都看護の皆さん。
The first person to greet us is the chief nurse. She's a sturdily built lady. She seems friendly and I let out a sigh of relief.
よろしくお願いします。
We stand with our backs to the wall while the chief addresses the nurses.
皆さんすでにご存知の通り、今日は6名の実習生が入ります。看護の先輩としてだけでなく、人生の先輩として様々なことを教えてあげてください。この子たちは皆さんの背中を見て育ちますので、そのことを肝に銘じてくださいね。
主任、それは重すぎますよ。
何言ってるんですか。実習が終わる時にはあの先輩みたいな素敵な看護師になると全員が実習生に思われなくてはいけませんよ。私がまだ看護学生だった頃も実習先で先輩方に厳しく優しく指導していただいて、あれはそう。
出た、主任の長話。主任？実習生が待ちくたびれますから、その辺で。
The nurses laugh. I'm a little surprised at how warm the atmosphere is. However,
そうですね。では、夜勤の方々、申し送りを。
申し送り？
はい。昨夜は緊急入院はなし。空床変わらず4です。
the nurses who were on the night shift last night make the reports. The warm atmosphere of the nurse station tenses almost immediately.
302号室の富山さん。19時過ぎにコールあり。悪寒の訴えがあり、シバリングも見られたため体温計測。38度8分で火力のある処方。22時の検温では37度。発汗顕著のため降位。
Her temperature was taken again at so it's 10 o'clock. It was 37 degrees and she sweated profusely, so we administered a change of garments.
午前2時。再度熱発し39度2分。火力のある処方。BP98、62。サチュレーション 97%。本日ドクターへ報告の後、内科受診お願いします。
わかったわ。次。
The chief briskly controls the flow of action. Reports are made one after the other.
701号室の小林さん。ギネの受診希望。コアグラが見られるそうなので、 早めに予約を取っておいてください。また本日 ARF の可能性の患者さんが ICU からうちの病棟に来られます。しばらくはまめにバイタルチェックをお願いします。以上、今日もよろしくお願いします。
The nurses on duty for the day shift respond in unison. I can't help but be swept up in all of it.
お願いします。
I lower my head and mumble quietly to myself.
なるほど。お姉ちゃん？何話してるかほとんどわかんなかった。なおちゃんわかった？ちょっとだけ。でも全然。私たちも全然。
先生が何もしないと言ったのがわかるわね。
まだなおたちじゃしたくてもできないよね。ほんと見るくらい。
でも面白いよ。ナースステーションの中なんて初めて入ったし。
Miss Itsuki observes our surroundings. The brisk attitude that the chief had had while listening to the status reports changes into a bright expression.
それじゃ朝の検診があるから実習生たちは一人ずつ看護師についていって。
いよいよね。
患者さんに挨拶して回って話しかけられたら笑顔で話し相手になる。それが今日のあなたたちの仕事よ。じゃよろしく。
And so,
ではよろしくね。
大幸あすかです。今日一日よろしくお願いします。
私は塩野義真由美。まだ2年目だからあなたたちとそんなに違わないわ。
もしかして。
私も帝都看護の卒業生。
Miss Shionogi gives me a friendly laugh, and I feel relieved for having been paired with someone nice.
大幸直です。よろしくお願いします。
武田咲也です。本日はよろしくお願いします。
天藤いつき、よろしくお願いします。
In this manner, everyone greets the nurses that they've been paired with. Miss Itsuki, designated nurse, seems exceptionally happy. I can almost see the heart signs in her eyes. Miss Shionogi laughs sardonically.
あの子、美形に目がないのよね。先輩らしく振る舞えるのかな。いつき、
わかってるって。実習は真面目にやるし、咲也がいるのに浮気なんてしない。
バカなこと言ってないで。
Miss Sakia looks worried. Oh, Miss Itsuki's designated nurse looks disappointed.
お姉ちゃん、頑張ろうね。
Now calls out, waving her hand as she leaves the nurse station.
なおちゃんもね。
I wave back at her. Then I follow Miss Shionogi, and we go from one hospital room to the next.
おはようございます。昨日はよく眠れましたか？
When we had talked at the nurse station, perhaps it had been the fact that I heard that she was a graduate of Teito Nursing Academy, but she had seemed more like a school senior than a nurse who was instructing me. However, now that we're moving from hospital room to room, when she greets the patients, she's suddenly transformed into every bit the nurse. She's different from Miss Ohara, but there's no denying that she's a professional nurse.
大幸さん、挨拶。
実習で来た看護学生の大幸あすかです。よろしくお願いします。
おお、看護師の卵さんかい。頑張ってね。
The patient, a middle-aged lady, says this with a smile. That's all she does, but it makes me incredibly happy. The hospital rooms that Miss Shionogi oversees seem to host mostly elderly patients. I greet them and they give me words of encouragement. This cycle continues. I had thought there might be some unfriendly people, but everyone is surprisingly nice.
スカちゃんね。お見舞いにもらったクラゲの3倍酢あえ食べてたのよ。一緒にどう？
Pickles.
ありがとうございます。
ダメよ大幸さん、今は勤務中。
But my pickles.
すみません。
いいじゃないか。ね、ほら、ちょっとくらい。
Give me just one pickle.
ダメよサクさん、私が目を光らせてるうちはね。こういうのをうまくかわせるようになるのも仕事のうち。
なるほど、勉強になります。食べ物もらうのに抵抗なさすぎだ、私って。
I'm both amazed and a little exasperated with myself. Going through a number of hospital rooms, I begin to suspect I have some sort of hungry expression on my face as offers of fruits and sweets are showered down on me. Assisted by Miss Shianogi, I manage to turn them down, and in such a manner, we come to yet another hospital room.
それで次の病室はね。
And the tone of her voice is different from what it had been before.
若い子が一人だけの部屋。はい。まだ17歳なんだけど、難しい病気でね。何年も入院してるの。
そうなんですか。
名前はセリアユキ。普段は扱いが難しいところもあるんだけど、先月行った手術が成功して、術後の経過も良好で。
セリアユキさん。
最近は体調もいいようだから、多分いい子にしてるわ。
はい。
I swallow nervously. 17 years old, only 2 years younger than me, and she's been in the hospital for years. I wonder how that must feel. I can't even begin to imagine.
彼女みたいな患者はたくさんいるわ。必要以上に感情に流されないように。
はい。
I enter the hospital room where Miss Yuki Seria is.
おはようございます、塩野義さん。
I glance at her. Immediately, she gives off the impression of snow, clear and soft. Perhaps she stays in the hospital room and doesn't go out. Her skin is astonishingly white. She has a dainty frame and gentle features. She seems delicate, almost to the point that if I were to touch her, she would melt. She's pretty, but not an obvious beauty like Miss Sakia or Miss Itsuki. How can I put it?
あ、そっか。
Uncharacteristically, I think of the perfect word.
儚いんだ、セリアさんって。
おはようゆきちゃん、具合はどう？
塩野義さん、そちらの方は？はじめまして。実習で来てる大幸あすかです。看護学生の1年で。ああ、帝都看護の。はじめまして、セリアユキです。
She smiles softly and casually greets me.
塩野義さん、今日も体調はいいの。先生にそう伝えて。
ええ。なら許可が下りたら、夕方にでも中庭に散歩に行きましょうか。
本当？楽しみ。
Miss Seria may be ephemeral, but perhaps because she's feeling well, she doesn't seem particularly troubled. She is cooperative towards the medical examinations and seems an incredibly well-mannered girl. Everything finishes swiftly, with experienced speed, and the whole time I stand by the bed and merely watch. Prompted by Miss Shianogi, I attempt to leave the room where Miss Seria speaks.
塩野義さん、彼女置いていってもらえない？え？私？
ダメよ。大幸さんはまだ実習中で、他の部屋も。
少しの間だけ同年代のこと話す機会なんてあんまりないんだものね。
Saying this, she looks at me and smiles.
私なら。でも。
I look at Miss Shianogi. I thought she would say no, but Miss Shianogi contemplates this for a while. Then she mutters, why not, to herself.
10分だけね。特別よ。その間、他の病室を回ってくるから。
An unexpected turn of events.
大幸さんは、ゆきちゃんの話し相手になってあげてちょうだい。ゆきちゃん、その代わり今日の食事は残さず食べるように努力すること。
はーい。ありがとう、塩野義さん。
じゃ、10分後ね。
Miss Shianogi leaves me behind in the hospital room. I don't know what to do at times like this. I'm supposed to talk to her about what?
その様子だと今日が初めての実習ね。あ、わかるんですか？それ敬語なんてやめてほしいな。でも
Always address the patient with respect. It had been written in the general nursing theory textbook, and Miss Ohara had drummed it into us as well. How should I answer her? I fidget.
わかるわ。毎年この時期には同じような人が何人も来るもの。
Miss Seria laughs and answers my unspoken question. Every year, so she really has been in the hospital for many years. Her white skin that seems to have been crafted from porcelain seems to blend in all too well in the hospital. I cannot seem to find the right words.
何年も病院にいるのってどんな気持ちなんだろう。そんなこと思ってる顔してる。なんていうか。
I'm too honest, she giggles.
わかりやすいんだ、アスカちゃんって。アスカちゃんって呼んでいい？
I nod my head timidly.
私のこともユキちゃんって。それは。
I stammer again.
患者さんには尊敬の念を持って接することね。あ、知ってるんだ。でもここのナースさんたちも私のことユキちゃんって呼んでくれるし、だから怒られたりしないよ。
Now that I think about it, Miss Yanogi had called her Yuki, hadn't she? She hadn't spoken in a formal tone either. She had used more intimate language. I wonder if it's okay. I wonder... Miss Shinogi is a proper nurse and I'm just a student.
じゃあユキちゃんって呼ぶね。
I decide I might as well. I'm simple that way. I'm not very good at working out difficult problems. I am the manager of the Jellyfish Club after all.
嬉しいな。さて、何年も病院にいるのはどんな気持ちか。
Yuki turns her eyes to glance at the window covered by the beige-colored curtain.
そうね。それはずっと海の底にいるような、そんな毎日かも。
So that's what being in the hospital for a long time is like.
海の底。海の上に何があるのか知らない。知ってたとしても忘れてしまっている。空を見上げるのも海中からで、もしも星空を見上げても星の光なんて滲んでぼやけて、それが星だなんてわからない。星の光、星空に手を伸ばしてるんだ。海の底で暮らす魚はそこに星空があることすら知らないままね。
As Yuki says this, she has a wintry grin on her face. How can she even laugh about it?
星空に手を伸ばしてるんだ。私はあてもなく。でもそれは。だけどユキちゃんは。
My thoughts intertangle. I try to move my mouth, but I can't seem to.
ユキちゃん、 ごめんなさい。暗い話をしてしまって。楽しいお話したいな。
I'm upset with myself, although I'm not exactly sure why.
じゃあ、何の話しよっか。ね。
Yuki tells me that she wants to hear about the nursing academy. So until Miss Shianogi comes back, I tell her about several incidents from my school life. She had said 10 minutes, but Miss Shianogi ends up returning in more like 30 minutes. Perhaps it had been intentional. In response to my stories, Yuki has listened with amusement and rapt fascination.
アスカちゃんってきっといい看護師になると思うな。
After visiting all the designated hospital rooms, we nursing students meet up again in the nurse station. We are given a small break.
でね、いい看護師になると思うって言ってもらって。
I tell Nao about Yuki, and she responds as happily as if it had happened to her.
よかったね、お姉ちゃん。話し相手になっただけでしょ。気が早いわね。さくやさんはそう言うと思った。アドレスも交換したんだ。メールくらいは病室からでも出せるって。
でもさ、
Miss Itsuki looks at me with cool eyes.
患者との個人情報の交換は禁止って言われてたはずだろ。私は全部断った。
Uh-oh.
そうね、私もよ。それはそうなんだけど、いけないんだ、いけないんだ。
With my own team members turning against me, the effect is fairly brutal.
今回は特別ということで、ゆきちゃん同年代の友達いないって言ってたし、今からあれはなしって言いに行っても傷つけちゃうよね。
Now says this, and everyone seems to agree that it can't be reversed now. What a relief. I look up at the ceiling.
でもあんないい子がずっと病院にいるのってやっぱり大変だなって思うよ。
I remember Yuki in her bed. Her pale skin that didn't seem to know the sunlight, appearing like fleeting snow, she had somehow matched so well with her hospital surroundings. As if it were a perfectly painted picture. But that isn't a good thing at all.
看護師になるってどういうことなんだろう。
I think for the first time how late it is to be asking that question.
あまり一人の患者に肩入れするのはどうかと思うわ。
Miss Sakia's words. There are many patients like her. Be careful not to let your emotions get the better of you. Miss Shianogi had told me the same thing, and Miss Ohara had said something similar once during class.
分かってる。分かってると思う。
I like to think I do, but I'm not confident.
まあ人間を相手にする仕事だからね。そう簡単に割り切れるもんじゃない。
ナオが行ったところもちっちゃい子がいて。
Now knits her brow.
ちょっと胸がキューってなっちゃった。
姫も癌で苦しんでる高齢の患者の病室に行った後、泣きそうになってたって。
そんなことは。そうね、難しいわね。
And Miss Sakia continues, as if trying to convince herself.
でもそれだけじゃダメなんでしょうね。看護師、私たちは。
Machi and Michi nod. Now looks at the clock hanging on the wall.
そろそろ休憩終わりだね。主任さんのとこ行こっか。 あ、その前にトイレ。
Saying this, I attempt to rush out from the nurse station. When suddenly... Crash! Something smashes into the wall. It's near the nurse station. I stop in my tracks. And then... Yuki's voice.
ユキちゃん。
I head towards her voice. Standing there are several nurses and patients who have gathered in response to the commotion. Past the cluster of people with her back to the wall, Yuki sits on the floor.
やめて。見ないで。誰もこっち来ないで。いや。
ユキちゃん大丈夫だから落ち着いてね。
来ないでって言ってるでしょ。もういいや。見ないで。近寄らないで。
そう言っても後始末しないと。
もうやだ。私やだ。やだ。何があったの？ユキちゃん。
Through the cluster of people, I try to see what has happened to her. And then I see the stain spread under Yuki's bottom as she sits there against the wall, and my words falter into silence. I hear the voices of the nurses.
タオル早く持ってきて。何枚でもいいから。
体調がいいからって一人でトイレに行こうとした？
間に合わなかったようよ。誰も近づけなくて。
She had wet herself. For a 17-year-old girl to experience that in a hospital hallway with countless others watching.
やだ。
For Yuki, who had been so calm, to now be in such a complete state of disarray. I cannot move, as if my feet have been glued to the spot. I cannot speak, as if my lips have been frozen shut. Sakia walks up next to me, biting her lip.
トイレまで持たなかったのね。でも私たちにできることはないわ。看護師の方々に任せるしか。後で廊下を拭くくらいは。
Miss Sakia's voice reminds me of Miss Sahara's words yesterday.
明日あなたたちは何もしません。
When I had heard that, there had been a small pain of disappointment at knowing I wouldn't be able to do anything, but really, more than anything, I'd been relieved. Not do anything. That meant I didn't have to do anything. That meant I couldn't fail, and I couldn't get in trouble. All I would have to do is watch. I mean, that's really my cup of tea. Comfortable. Carefree.
でもそれって目の前で女の子がおもらししちゃって泣いててもそうなのかな。それってどうなのかな。
Even now, there's the jellyfish part of me just floating around. Don't do anything that'll make things harder for you. Take it easy, the jellyfish part of me says as it picks its nose. It would be completely correct. In most cases. No, even in this case. So,
アスカ。
why are my feet moving towards the cluster of people as if to part them?
抜け子。
お姉ちゃん。腹はくくった。
Made up my mind to do what?
わかんないけど。
I feel my lower body relax.
前の症状排泄の実習じゃできなかったのに。
Oh no. I can feel the warm sensation spreading slowly across my underwear, but it doesn't stop there. I feel it soaking its way out and trickling down my inner thigh.
ちょろちょろと。ゆきちゃん、塩野木さん。
I'm pretty sure I'd drawn their attention already by stepping forward.
What?
For a moment, she speaks in a questioning voice, but it quickly turns to a gasp of surprise.
塩野義さん、私も失禁しちゃいました。
All I know is that the vibe surrounding me changes drastically. The liquid spills down my leg. Well, the pee runs down through my socks and soaks my shoes. On the floor, a small puddle is forming.
ゆきちゃん、
I look at Yuki. Between us, our little puddles connect. I beam a smile at her, showing her this is all no big deal.
仲間だね、仲間。ま、こんなのよくあるよね。
I have no idea what will happen after this, but
アスカちゃん。
in her amazement, Yuki seems to have calmed down a little. Alright, all is well. Only I do feel bad that there are now two people's messes to clean up.
大幸さん、あなた。やっぱり怒られるのかな。
In the back of my mind, I know this. And this is what happens afterwards.
いくら初実習といえど、基本的な看護の理念は学んでいるはずでしょ。
I'm in trouble, a lot of it. Yuki had been taken by a nurse back to her hospital room, and of course I was told to change immediately. Now went to buy a change of underwear for me at the hospital shop. I changed into my regular clothes and waited at the nurse station. I don't have a training outfit to wear anymore, so there's nothing I can do. The chief, who had seemed so gentle-looking, is seething with anger. All I can do is brace myself.
はい。
抵抗力の弱い方々が多く入院している病院がどれだけ清潔を含めた衛生管理に気を使っているか、もちろん教えられてきましたね。
はい。
あなたがやったことは彼女の心の傷を軽くする行為だったかもしれませんが、他の患者さんへ不衛生な環境を自ら作り出してしまったとも言えます。
はい。
幸いあなたの同期生が手早く処理を行ってくれたようで大事には至らなかったけれど。
I wonder what she meant by that, but I'm in no situation to ask.
ともかく今回の方法が最善の方法であったのかどうか、今一度しっかり考えてみなさい。他にあの子の心を癒す方法はなかったか、恥ずかしさを軽減するための方法はなかったのか。
はい。
I remain helplessly downtrodden.
では今日の反省も込めて、今後同じ場面に遭遇した場合どのような処置が適切と思えるのか、レポートにして明日提出してください。じゃありません。今回あなたは看護師としてあるまじきことをやったのですよ。一人の患者さんだけしか見えていなかったあなたの行為を他の患者さんが見てどう感じたのか、よく考えてごらんなさい。
The chief's words cut deeply.
廊下で失禁をしてヘラヘラ笑っている看護師に身を任せたいと思えますか？信頼できますか？
I hadn't been thinking, not about all of the other patients besides Yuki.
衛生面でももちろんですし、小さい子供の中には他人の失禁を見てせっかく卒業したおもらしが復活してしまうこともあるんです。それだけ毎日を不安の中で過ごしている患者さん方は環境や雰囲気の変化にとても敏感です。覚えておきなさい。
はい。
Even at the end, the chief does not spare a single kind word for me. Afternoon comes, and Miss Ohara, who had been visiting trainees in other hospitals, comes to check on us. Hearing about the peeing incident from the chief, Miss Ohara's eyes go wide.
まあ。
For a moment, it seems she cannot find any further words to say. However, afterwards, Miss Ohara bows profusely over and over again to the chief and apologizes for her own failings as a teacher. Miss Shianogi told me secretly, but if a trainee causes trouble, there are times when the hospital would decide to stop accepting any future trainees. So apparently to avoid this as well, Miss Ohara is apologizing over and over.
私とんでもない生徒じゃないか。
Miss Ohara speaks to me.
患者さんを気遣ってと思いますが、あなたのしたことは間違っています。
はい。
ここは病院ですからね。衛生、清潔に何より気を配らねばならないところです。
はい。すみません。
The chief had told me this over and over again. I had been on the verge of tears.
大幸あすかさん、
はい。
明日までに反省文を書いて病院に提出すること。
おもらしの反省文？
そうです。レポート用紙5枚です。
5 pages?
それって。先生、主任さんからも今日のレポートを出すようにって。
それとは別です。もちろん。
I'm doomed. I've been delivered the finishing blow. I know I can't complain, but... In the end, a single sigh escapes Miss Ohara's lips. What emotions she held within that sigh were unknown to me in my doomed state. My mind is blank as I stand in the corner of a nurse station in a daze. Furtively, it now approaches and whispers.
お姉ちゃん、ナオは感動したよ。かっこよかった。
Miss Itsuki also adds her appraisal.
やるじゃん。
This makes me feel a little better. Miss Sakia says nothing to me. In fact, after the incident and until training finishes, I remain in the nurse station the entire time. Not once does Miss Sakia return, giving me no chance to talk with her. However, after hearing that Miss Sakia had been the one to take the initiative to clean up my mess in the hallway, I come to the realization that the classmate that Chief had mentioned was her.
なんかすみません。
And undeniably embarrassed. Then, when the day's training finishes and it's time to go home,
アスカ、
as I step out of the hospital, I hear her call out from behind me. I turn around.
また星。
I see it, transposed on her figure. My heart gives a little jolt.
何、咲夜さん。
Having heard Miss Sakia had been the one to clean up after me, I'm so embarrassed I can't stop it from showing on my face. I'd like to think the evening sunset helps to hide the color. I can't stop my eyes from going down to her fingers. They're lithe and beautiful. Fingers that would look perfect playing the piano. Fingers that belong to a lady of class. And those fingers had to clean up my pee. Miss Sakia looks at me seriously, yet somehow there seem to be traces of a smile.
もしかしたらだけれど。あなたはいい看護師になるのかもしれないわね。
Her voice is gentle. I'm happy. So happy. For some reason, it's almost enough to make me cry.
病院でおもらししてすみませんでした。
That night, I write my apology letter. This is tough.
ねえ、なおちゃん。何？お姉ちゃん。おもらしの反省でレポート用紙5枚も書けると思う？
To top it off, after this, I still have to write the report requested by the chief. I really don't even want to think about it.
頑張れ、お姉ちゃん。
But I don't wanna. Willpower 0.
あ、メール。あ、ゆきちゃんからだ。
After what had happened, Yuki had been taken to her hospital room, had her body wiped, and changed into a nightwear. Tired from everything that had happened, she had fallen asleep, and I had been unable to say goodbye when I left the hospital. It was the one thing I had regretted not being able to do, so I quickly opened the message. The subject reads, "To the Jellyfish Club Manager."
さんをつけろよ、部長だぞ。
I say cheerfully. When I had been talking to her in the hospital room about my life as a nursing student, I'd ended up telling her about the Jellyfish Club I had started in high school. Yuki had laughed as she listened. I read the message.
今起きました。へえ。
The words that followed were short.
今日はありがとう。
What does it mean to become a nurse? I still have no idea, but inside my heart, something has begun to twitch into life. I'll take my time and write her response later.
なおちゃん。あ、お姉ちゃんからすごい前向きオーラが。さあ、パパーっと反省文かたしますか。おもらしについて私流に語り尽くしちゃうよ。失禁。時にそれは人と人との心をつなぐ架け橋にもなるのです。反省じゃなくなってる。いやー、もう反省は水に流そうかなと。尿だけにね。ダジャレだ。
Reprimanded by now, I write it properly afterwards. Both the apology and the report take until the morning. I hardly get to catch a wink of sleep.
看護の心は母心。いい言葉ね。
Ding 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 dong. Okay, I'm gonna end it here. I don't know how long it's been. Almost 5 hours, maybe? So I hope you guys are enjoying it. This sim ending. I may have to take my avatar off just because it blocks a lot of text, but, I don't know. I'll think about it more. Anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye!